Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Good evening, everybody. We are live here from Gag Lines here in Fort Wayne. What a fun night we have in store tonight. I'm Casey O'Boyle with Around the Fort, joined by my partner in crime, Jeff Mahoney. And we have our first guest tonight, induction ceremony for 2023. We've got 9 very worthy inductees, and we're going to lead off with former Concordia in Northrop coach Dean Dorfler. Coach, welcome to the program and congrats.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, I'm sure as a coach it's a culmination of sorts. I'm sure you don't get into coaching thinking, I got to be in the Hall of Fame someday. That's my goal, right? It's never the goal. But now that you're here, what does it mean?
Oh, it's just really something special. Like you said, you never go in planning on being in the Hall of Fame, and this a very, very much a surprise, and very thankful for it, and excited to go through the program tonight, excited to listen to all these great players talk and hear their stories, and it's just really an honor.
Yeah, I'm sure it's humbling too.
Oh yeah.
To be recognized by your peers, to be recognized by the local IFCA here in Region 3, and quite an honor. Talk about what it means to be going in the same year with your brother Dale, who will join us later tonight.
Well, we're twins. I don't know if you knew that or remembered that, but it was interesting that when we both started out, we competed against one another. He was the coach at Northside, and I was the coach at Northrop, and that was a unique situation, and it had its pluses and minuses, but I became the athletic director at Northrop, and he kept coaching a few more years after that, and I thought my coaching days were done until I got the call from Concordia and went over there to become the athletic director, and became the football coach there after 2 years, and probably my most enjoyable years of my life, coaching football at Concordia and being the athletic director.
Well, talk a little bit about those special years. I know Northrop was special for sure, but you had an opportunity to coach both of your sons, and I know that was near and dear to your heart. Talk a little bit about those memories, Coach.
Well, those are special. There's no question about it. Ryan is the oldest one, and he was a quarterback that was a true passer. He was very gifted, had a good, strong arm, and a very, very smart kid. Went on and played college football at Valparaiso and had a good college career. And then 2 more years, when he graduated, actually Jason stepped in as a sophomore and was the quarterback at Concordia for 3 years. We didn't get a chance. We're close to win some championships, but under Jason. But he had a great career, and he both of them were all SAC quarterbacks, and then they were also All-State. Got to play on the North-South All-Star game, and those were just great memories and a lot of fun. And they helped turn the fortunes of Concordia football around.
For sure, and you had a lot to do with that as well, Coach. I think they were both all-game night, too. I'm just going to say for the record, Ryan might have been our player of the year, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, they both had tremendous careers, great young men. Let's talk a little bit about Jason specifically. I mean, he took the Northrop job, and I think he was there for 8 years, I believe. and toiled and toiled and toiled.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. I could be off a little bit.
I don't know. I thought it was 6, but you could be right.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it was. But regardless,
Yeah.
you know, he put in his time there, and it always felt like he was on the cusp of really turning the program around, and then he got this wonderful opportunity out at Leo.
Yeah.
I guess tell our listeners a little bit about that experience. I know you help him and give him some advice, and he's doing a wonderful job out there.
Well, I take the orders from him now, but it's a joy. It's fun. We get to work together. I coach the offensive line, and he coaches quarterbacks, so we're on the same side of the ball as far as working with the kids and working together. The situation at Leo is special. You know, that's a growing school. We had a great year last year, just lost in overtime in the sectional final. Probably should have won it, but we had a field goal blocked in regulation with 3 seconds to go, and those things happen. That's football. But we're looking for a really strong year this year. We've got a couple D1 players that are going to be playing for us, and a number of starters that are back from last year's team. So we're pretty excited about this year, and we've gotten started here in the month of June and half of July. We actually have one more week to go before we take a week off, and then August is here.
I know. It comes so quickly, doesn't it?
Boy, I'll tell you, it seems like every year goes faster and faster. Of course, I'm getting older and older, too.
That's how it goes.
That has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, the corn. I always used to point out to my kids around the 4th of July, I'm like, football season's coming, because you can tell by the corn when you're driving in the back roads. You know, it's funny. You brought the column that I had written years ago at game night with you and Jason, and that dynamic between father and son and coach and player. And I remember, I haven't read it in a long time, but I know it was interesting, the dialogue that you guys would have at the dinner table and the drive home and those kind of things. You mentioned how things have changed. He's the head coach, you're an assistant. What's the conversations like now? How has that changed in the last 20 years or so?
Well, a lot of times now we talk a lot about personnel and things that we can do with certain players that we have, and it's more centered around the program itself. At Concordia, when they were our quarterbacks, I was more or less trying to tell them what we were going to do in this situation, what they needed to do on certain plays, who they needed to read, and this type of thing. And it was more of the strategic part of it, the fundamental part of the game, the plays and so forth, than it is now. But our conversation will always go back to coaching football. Just this weekend, I helped him go buy a car. And all the time we're talking about football, not necessarily what kind of car he should buy.
You weren't negotiating price?
No, we were negotiating personnel, that kind of thing.
Great.
But that's fun. I mean, it's been a big part of our life, and I've really enjoyed it. And both of them will be here tonight, and so it's special.
For sure.
Yeah, and Coach, I got a chance to see your team at the Parkview 7-on-7. So when you're talking about personnel and having some D1 players, I mean, you got some fun-looking athletes on the roster for this upcoming year. Brock Schott, Caden Hurst, I got to believe those are the first two that come to your mind when you're talking about the D1 guys.
Yep.
And then a very athletic quarterback in Kyler Decker.
Yep.
And it really seems like with that offense, you guys are wanting to get the ball out of the quarterback's hand really fast and get it to your playmakers. Just kind of talk about the evolution of that offense as we might see this year.
Well, a lot of the principles of our offense go back to our Concordia days. And I told Jason several times already, we got a really talented group of receivers, and I'm going to go out on a limb here a little bit and say they might be the best receivers I've ever seen together as a combination on a football team. And not only those two, but the other two are very gifted as well. And our quarterback is coming back from last year. He got a year experience. Kyler Decker is his name, and he's a senior. We're a pretty senior-oriented group because a lot of them played last year and got a lot of experience. What really helps this year is they got a year under their belt. we installed a whole new offense, and they were a T formation, 3 yards in a cloud of dust type of thing, and now it's not that way. We're pretty wide open, and we throw the ball. Although we run first, but we try for a balance, and so hopefully things will fall into place, and it will be an exciting year. We got to stay injury free. Every coach will tell you that, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Casey, we've been talking about that. They go from the run offense, throwing maybe 4 times. Now,
Jared Sauter.
Yeah, and now Jason's taken over, and you can kind of see it getting further away from that.
Dorfler.
Yeah.
Yep. No, it's going to be fun, and there are definitely some memories from those Concordia offenses where you'd have 4 wide receivers and you spread people out and get the ball out of your quarterback's hand quickly, and that was kind of I think a trademark of some of those great teams that you coached. We're going to have your brother join us in a second here, Coach, and then maybe you can spend 2 or 3 minutes with us, and then
sure.
we'll cut you loose so you can finish up your table over there. Coach Dale Dorfler right now, ladies and gentlemen, he's also very dapper. I mean, these Dorflers, they look very handsome tonight. Coach, go ahead and put a headset on here, and we'll introduce you to the program more. You might have to help him with his microphone. Oh, he's got it. It's not his first rodeo. Coach, welcome to Around the Fort and to tonight's special occasion.
Thanks, Casey. Appreciate you having me on.
Well, we're super honored to have you and your brother. What a great night for your family. While Dean's here, talk a little bit about what this means. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dale Dorfler, former Northside coach. You notice I've got the Redskin helmet tonight, Coach.
Very nicely done, Casey.
Coach, what does this mean to go into the Hall of Fame here locally with your brother?
Oh, it's special. The fact that Brother Buzz is already in the Hall and we get to join him, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, talk a little bit about Buzz. I'm glad you brought Coach up. He passed away not too long ago. God rest his soul. I'm sure he's looking down, very proud of both of you.
Yeah, I'm sure my mom and dad are too. The fact that, he was an educator and a coach, and I had a lot of influence on Dean and I on what we wanted to do in our career. And he set a really good example for us.
For sure. Before we cut Dean loose, talk a little bit about those years in the 80s where you guys actually went head-to-head. There were a handful of games there, weren't there?
Yeah, we went head-to-head a couple of times, or I can't remember how many times, but
I can't either.
It was fun. I knew his team was always going to be well prepared, so we had to be, you put more emphasis on when you're playing your twin brother, but it was more about Northside and Northrop going at each other.
Sure.
And, fortunate we won some, and fortunately for him, he won some.
Your folks were still alive for most of those?
Mom
Your
was still alive, yeah.
Okay.
Mom was.
I remember talking to you guys a little bit about that back in the day, and how did she handle that dichotomy of, is she a Northside fan, a Northrop fan? How did she deal with those days?
Each half, she was one of the fans.
Switched at halftime.
Yeah.
Did she literally switch like her gear or whatever?
I don't think she changed her gear, but at Northrop she had to go. She had to go from one stand to the other stand. At Northside, it was easier for her because she went to one section and
to
the other section because there was only one section
side.
at that time.
Yep.
So she was great in supporting both of us and didn't show any favoritism whatsoever.
Any memories of Dean growing up, and then I'll turn it to you as well. I mean, just special memories as twin brothers and competitors and friends.
All I remember, I pounded him a lot, and we had a great time growing up. We played on the same teams a lot of times, or against each other, and I attribute that to my competitive spirit, being his brother and growing up with him.
Who was born first? Who was out first?
I was.
Okay, so you have a little
30
more.
minutes.
30 minutes. So there's a lot of wisdom there, Coach.
Took me a while to get out of there. Yeah, I always say he was hogging the whole Tombs or the area, so I couldn't find my way out.
Oh, that's great. Well, Dean, thank you for joining us. We'll spend a little bit more time with Dale here. And, again, congratulations.
Thank
this
you
is a
very
special
much.
Night for your family, and we're honored to be part of it.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
You bet. All right, Dale, you're not off the hook yet.
Okay.
Talk, again, a little bit more about just your time at Northside. And as I asked your brother at the beginning, you don't go into coaching to become a Hall of Famer. I mean, it's just no one does that. They go into make a difference in young people's lives and do
Right.
something that they love. And is this a culmination, though, of sorts for you tonight?
Well, there's so many people that are involved to get you to the Hall of Fame. I mean, we had great players, great assistant coaches. You don't do it by yourself. And I was fortunate to have both great players and great assistant coaches, so I'm very thankful for that.
I got to ask you, I don't know if you had a chance to see tonight's
did.
commemorative poster. You know, these two good-looking guys down here at the bottom, the Dorfler men, very nice center.
Very young Dorfler men
Very
at
young.
that time.
Yep. But you're going in with some of these younger guys that really made names for themselves as legendary players, NFL-type guys. I mean, this is really a special class. What does it mean, even though you're a veteran coach, right, to be going in with a class like this? It's got to be humbling.
Yeah, I'm so honored and humbled to be a part of it. You know, 7 NFL players and my brother and I mean, sometimes I go, well, what are we doing in there, you know? But I'm honored. We played against Von Dunbar, and we didn't beat him. But
Very few did.
Yeah, I know. And he was a great player, and I don't think we played against any of the other ones when I was coaching.
Coach, who are some of the guys when you were coaching at Northside that you thought might have had a real good shot at the NFL? Obviously, you know, things don't always work out the way everybody plans, but who are some of the guys that really stood out to you throughout your coaching career?
You're talking about Northside guys or just – okay. In 1980, I was fortunate enough to get the head football coaching job, and the 79 team went undefeated. And for some reason, the playoffs were all messed up, and they had nowhere to go. Yeah. And Sim Nelson was the best player on that team as a junior, and I got to coach him as a senior. And he went to University of Michigan and played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we had Tim Hines in the same class, and he went to IU and played running back and then got in a little trouble and everything. But those were probably our best. We had Von Ganaway, went to Indiana State.
Vaughn was really good.
Yeah, Josh Richardson, he went to Louisville. Dan Mayor went to Ball State. But Sim Nelson was, in my opinion, our best football player that I ever got to coach.
Wow.
And then just general memories. I know you talked a little bit about this already, of coaching against your brother and you know, how proud you were to know that he was your brother and competing at such a high level. And then, of course, the legacy that Buzz left for both of you.
Well, you know, it was, you know, when we always started our season, we always, as a coaching staff, and this came from me, we got to beat Northrop just because he's my twin brother. And, you know, I think we had a little bit, maybe one more win than we had lost. So we never talk about that. But it was special because I knew his teams would always be well prepared. And, you know, we didn't want to make any mistakes in that game.
Mm-hmm. Talk a little bit, Coach, about your family that's going to be here tonight to share in this moment. I know Dean talked about, obviously, Ryan and Jason and their backgrounds, but talk a little bit about who's going to be here on your behalf.
I have 3 daughters. They're going to be here, and they're going to be introducing me tonight. I kind of helped them on what to say.
All glowing, I'm sure.
But, you know, we have 3 son-in-laws. They married outstanding young men, and we have a very good golf foursome, so that's important to me.
Florida scramble type or all around?
We play in a lot of scrambles together. We'll play in Leo's golf outing with Jason on week from Friday, and we always enjoy it. I never have to hit a drive because they always hit it way out of the park. So,
Coach, do you find yourself still kind of getting into that football talk with Jason and Dean when they get together? Obviously, they're coaching together, but how much do you miss it, and do you still stay involved in those conversations?
Yeah, oh yeah, we have a lot of good conversations. We get together with Tim Martone and Russ Isaacs for lunch every week, and the topic's always football. So, yeah, it's great. I feel like I coach from the sideline on Friday night and never go to a practice, but don't make any mistakes either.
Isn't that the way to go?
Yeah.
Coach,
it's a lot of fun.
How much, you know, it's been a number of years since you stepped away from the sideline. How much do you still miss coaching? How much do you still miss that Friday night anticipation?
I think you miss I always enjoyed the preparation for it, getting a team ready to play, putting a game plan together, and then trying to put it in place as the week goes on, and hopefully executing that game plan on Friday. So that's the part I miss. You miss the relationships and the friendships that you make through that, and how you have influences on kids and try to point them in the right direction.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much,
you're welcome,
Coach, for joining us tonight. Did you get a chance to autograph some of those
I did.
posters for me?
I got my job done for you, Casey.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Again, we're very honored and pleased that you were able to join us tonight, and you're well-deserving, Coach.
Thanks, Casey. Appreciate it, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, up next, are we going to keep rolling, Jeff?
Yeah, we're going to keep going. We got the Dean of Sports here in Fort Wayne.
Hi, Dino. You're the second Dean to join us at the table tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Dean Pantazzi, sports guru from Fort Wayne. How long have you been in town now, Dean? How many years has it been? 74. I was off.
No, that's when I got here. So 48, 49, do the math.
Okay. My gosh, has it been that long?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you look the same. You sound the same, and you look and sound wonderful as usual.
Well, there's less of this in there. Well, you know that road, how that goes.
This is by choice, Dean.
Okay. But yours got white just like mine is getting, so that's how it is.
For sure. Well, thank you for joining us tonight at this very special IFCA Region 3 induction banquet. You are the MC. You and I have shared in some of this role in helping to put this together. Mm-hmm. Talk a little bit, Dean, about this class. I mean, a lot of these names are pretty special. This is a who's who, isn't it?
Well, I will tell you, one of the other people in the media in town, when they first saw this lineup, said, what are they trying to get everybody at one time? I said, no, they've just not done this for, 7 years, 8 years?
7, 8 years, yeah. It felt like it, though, didn't it?
So they had to catch up. And to my mind, the first thing, and you were at the meeting when we talked about this, what took so long to get Johnny Bright into this?
Yes. Oversight, perhaps, but very deserving.
Well, and the thing is, if at another time in another place, had this been about 20 or 30 years past what he was in his prime, he'd be in Canton.
Yes, no doubt. I mean, his legendary career from college to Canada it's legendary.
Well,
it really is.
And some of the things that happened to him were in a less enlightened world than we live in
and what
today.
he had to go through for sure.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have gone to Canada. He would have been in this country, and the NFL, what it is now, was nowhere near. I mean, it's light years ahead of what it was then.
Yep.
And he'd have been just as good.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I did a little research leading up to this and just marveled at some of his accomplishments, and he's just a very, very talented player, obviously before our time, of course, at Central High, which is no longer here. It's my understanding that I believe his granddaughters are going to join us tonight. Hopefully,
one is presenting and one is doing the induction.
Oh, that'll be really neat, and what a wonderful honor for Johnny and his family. Talk a little bit maybe about a couple of these other guys. Maybe start with the coaches.
Well, the rest of them I either saw play or coach, as did you. The guy you just had on, and I'll talk about this in my remarks today. Dale is two people. I mean, Dale is the one who you put the microphone in front of, and he's all somber and everything, and talking. And then there's the Dale when the mic goes off, and he's funny as you know what.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where and he knows he's not. Neither one of them, neither brother, is what wrapped up so much in the moment of a game or something, where if you see them, they'll wave at you, nod at you, or in Dale's case, even crack a joke. But good coaches, that's why they were successful. That's why they're going in tonight.
No doubt about it. And such great ambassadors to the game, beyond wins and losses, beyond championships, just and really good quality men. I mean, I think you'll agree, as far as all the coaches we've dealt with, most of them are tremendous, but these guys are right at the top of the list, don't you think?
Well, and they're also great dads.
Yep.
And in the Dean's case, I believe we have 3 Sertomo Award winners.
Pretty impressive.
On that team, and all 3 of them are here tonight to present their dad.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really nice night for the Dorfler family, especially knowing Buzz, Big Brother Buzz, who passed away here not too long ago, who's already in the Hall of Fame, and, of course, looking down from above with the Dorfler parents. I'm sure they're all very, very
Buzz
proud.
was one of the first people I met and got to know when I first got to town, because he was in his heyday then at Northrop.
Yeah, that's right in that wheelhouse.
And he was like them. Nothing was that serious, but
he was about a cross between the two. Truthfully, I thought the personality was.
Yeah,
bit.
I think that's a good hit. And they are two different guys.
Mm-hmm.
But they are two different great guys.
Yep.
And two good coaches.
Yeah, and they're twins, and it's interesting because
they don't look it.
Yeah, and Dale said that Dean came out first, and it took Dale another 30 minutes because he made too much of a mess, I guess, on the way out, which was really funny. Let's talk about a couple of these other players that you remember. I
remember them all.
Yeah, let's go
right down the list.
Let's go through it. Let's start just a quick highlight on each one. Go ahead, Dean.
Anthony Spencer. Went to Purdue out of Bishop Luers. I believe 1 or 2 state championships. I'm not sure on that one.
I think 2 out of 3 years.
I think he won 2.
Yep, sophomore and senior year, I believe.
And a good athlete overall. And I can count 4 or 5 of these guys. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. I saw them on draft night.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, and he was one of them. I was in his house.
Cool.
On the south side of town, and we're all, the whole family's there. And you've been through these things, and you know how that works.
Oh, sure.
Everybody's nervous and everything. And all of a sudden, there's this phone call, and Anthony goes off into another room.
How about them Cowboys?
And well, we didn't know that for sure, but we had to kind of figure, because there was always a little delay.
Yep.
There's the pick, and then he comes out and he came out and he had the cowboy hat on, and it was cool. But a good man, great player. I think injuries probably hurt him in having a longer career, but his position is a tough one to play and not get hurt.
And still had a great career. Let's talk a little bit about this gentleman here, Von Dunbar.
What I remember most about him is watching him, and you can ascribe to me on this as well. This was us watching Von Dunbar as he went by. And one of the greatest games I've ever seen an individual play was the 1986 state final, where he almost single-handedly won that game for Snyder.
Yep. And in addition to this, I remember this, looking down at whoever he ran over, because he ran hard, he ran angry, and he had a heck of a career as well at IU and then, of course, in the NFL. What about this gentleman, Bernard Pollard?
Has been outspoken since the day I met him.
Yeah, and still is.
Yeah, and shoots from the hip, but a hard player, good guy, and very good. And all of these guys know where they came from and hold the fort very dear in their hearts. He's made a nice life for himself in Tennessee, where he is which was his last stop, and he's gotten into a bunch of businesses. And now, I don't know how many people know this, Bernard is a huge NASCAR fan.
And participant. He's very active. It's remarkable.
And he put his money where his mouth is.
Yep.
So he's into it a lot, and he gets back here quite a bit. And another one of all 9 of these guys, well deserving of this.
Yeah, I think pound for pound, the hardest hitter I ever saw in a high school game, and it was every game. Let's talk about this gentleman who just strolled in, a dear friend of mine, Jason Fabini from Bishop Dwenger.
Last time I saw him, I was here when I was in another draft night when Joe Tippmann got drafted, and for the proud tutor of that young man, saw him go to his first team, the Jets.
Yeah, pretty cool.
And that was a guy we never knew that much about. It's because, let's face it, what we did, we considered him the skill guys. The line guys we didn't pay much attention to. This guy was good and is good. And he didn't start just about every game in college like he did at Dwenger without being good. And
there was no accident there.
And I don't think that he maybe had 10 games in the pros that he didn't start.
Yep.
Because he did his job.
Yep.
And he was good at it.
Heck of a career.
And a good coach.
Yep, with the Jets, a very good coach. The Jets, Redskins, and the Cowboys as well. Jason had a nice career as well in the NFL. Let's talk about this gentleman here. Another, we don't talk a lot about this, the special teams guys either. Here's a punter who really made a name for himself at Wayne and then, of course, at Iowa and beyond.
Can you be honest and say you knew he was at Wayne?
Well, I did, but I'm an anomaly of sorts.
Yeah.
But yeah, the way the ball came off his foot, yes, I remember.
But you didn't know that much about him. And then he got the notoriety for that skill at Iowa.
Yep.
And parlayed it into a nice, long pro career.
Absolutely.
But what I mostly remember about Jason is what he's done after football.
Yep.
His camps, which are done in a really neat way where he makes the kids earn their spot in the camp with public service. And the man made 1 or 2 trips over to the combat zones over in the Middle East. And that said something.
No doubt about it. And last but not least, this big hunky, another big lineman, Trey Essex at Harding. what a career he had, and of course Northwestern and with the Steelers.
Well, in his case, you knew about him way before you knew about some of the other guys, because not only for his football but for his basketball.
Yes.
I want to say championship,
Yep.
But he was a tight end, and he was a good tight end.
His footwork was tremendous.
And the story I'm going to relate here tonight. He had been recruited to Northwestern. He was at Northwestern, and Northwestern at that time was coached by the late Randy Walker.
Mm-hmm.
And I ran into Randy Walker at Big Ten Media Day, and I said, "Are you going to, what's Big Trey's thing going to be?" He says, "He can be a very good, serviceable tight end, or he can be a world-class lineman, and that's what we're turning him into."
Coach Walker knew.
Guess what?
Smart choice.
There are two nice big pieces of jewelry that man owns, and a nice 8-year career. Another guy who really is good, a guy who comes back and helps his old hometown out a lot in various things. He does his own camp, inspired by Rod Woodson. He was working Rod Woodson's camp last week, and apparently, and he dabbles a little bit in my business, our business, and talks football as well. But a really good guy. And another guy I saw on his draft night, if you remember, he came, it was the third round, and back when that was done, it was Friday and Saturday, and the third round was one of the last rounds in the second day.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to go out to his house, and I interviewed him on his dining room table. We sat around his dining room table. We knocked on the door. It had to be about 8:30 or 9 o'clock in the morning at night. And he took us in, and we did it. And I remember it vividly because the photographer I had that night was my son, Nick.
Oh, how cool.
In the time he was working with us. But gentleman from the day I met him until this very day, and he'll be a gentleman as long as we know that he is still breathing.
No doubt about it. Well, Dean, thank you so much for sharing a few minutes with us and putting your spin on this. It's always a big
It's fun, and
treat for
this is going to be a fun night.
It's going to be a great night. What a tribute to Northeast Indiana football. Thank you for being part of it.
No problem. Get the big man. He's the one that needs to be talked to.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Dean Pantazzi checking out. Thank you, Dean. Good luck tonight with the MC.
The Dean of Sports. He's seen a lot of players, that's for sure.
No, 1974. Well, look at this handsome fella. You're going to put that on there, Jason. Wow.
Well, we're going to have to make that a little bit bigger there.
Is that all right?
Yeah, no, my foot was caught on it.
All right, excellent.
Good to see you, my man.
Good to see you, Casey.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now, if you're just tuning in, we've got former Bishop Dwenger standout Jason Fabini, a personal friend of mine.
Jason, I got to adjust the camera here. You're a little bit bigger than Dean was.
Okay. I hope so.
Definitely more handsome.
Without
if I'm being completely honest. No offense, Dean. Jason, congratulations on this honor. I mean, I know you probably don't go into football as an athlete or coach or anything thinking big picture Hall of Fame, but it's got to be a culmination of sorts for you tonight.
Yeah, it was kind of unexpected. I think maybe you're the one that told me, Casey. It was exciting. It was kind of surprised. I didn't know, even how that process works. And I'm humbled and, I'm honored.
Well, you're very deserving. You had a heck of a career at Dwenger. That made that signature play as a sophomore, right?
Yeah.
Against Cathedrals, am I correct, as a defensive end, and then really blossomed then as a tackle at Dwenger, and then of course at Cincinnati and then NFL. What memories do you have from Bishop Dwenger football? And let folks know that you're also an assistant coach now, a line coach as well for the Saints.
Well, yeah, it seems like I've been there forever now because I've been coaching, I don't even know how long, maybe over 10 years. So, I think my memories of Dwenger is obviously the back-to-back state championships and, the bonds and the guys that I'm friends with to today. We still keep together and talk and play golf or whatever it may be. And I think Dwenger is a special place. It is. It's, the citizens of two worlds is kind of the motto, and it is. I think you're held to a high standard there, and I enjoyed it. The football, like you said, the moment when Dan Murray picked up the fumble and we won the game, it was pretty unbelievable. Mm-hmm. And just coming back and coaching, being able to coach a lot of my friends' kids, my own kids, your son's on the team, and so it's it's kind of like full circle a little bit, Casey, to be honest with you.
Talk a little bit, Jason, if you will, about tonight's event and again how humbling it is and some of the people that are going to be here tonight, family and whatnot, to show their support and celebrate.
Well, I think first of all, if you look at the crew that's being inducted, it's a great group of guys.
Class.
What a class from 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 Fort Wayne, and all these guys have represented Fort Wayne well, and represented Fort Wayne well in college and in the NFL, and as role models. So I'm humbled, and I saw Trey the other day out at Rod's camp, and it was good to see him, and he's living in Atlanta. Just to catch up with some of these guys is going to be fun tonight.
Absolutely. I'm going to put you on the spot. Where do you rank here with this column right here? I'm going to put all these linemen together. I'll put Anthony in there as a defensive lineman. Trey, of course. Are you the best of this group? I think.
Well, of course I am. Of course, Casey. I can't even believe you asked me that question.
Dumb question, stupid reporter.
Well, I know I can play offensive line better than Anthony, so I've got half of the group conquered there.
Okay. Could you play tight end though, like Trey did back in the day?
Probably not.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, and the thing about Trey is he's got a Super Bowl ring, though, so that I'm a little jealous of.
Fair enough. He's got 2, I believe.
Oh, yeah, does he?
I could be wrong. I'm not keeping track.
He probably does have 2.
If he leaves one here, it'll end up in my basement.
We'll see when he walks in how we've got to look at his hands, because I'm sure he's going to be wearing them tonight.
Jason, coming out of high school, obviously you had a ton of success at Bishop Dwenger, but did it seem like some of the bigger schools, what was that recruiting process like? Because you ended up at Cincinnati, then you got redshirted, and you put on a ton of weight. And then I think you set a record for most consecutive starts.
Well, yeah, I think out of high school, I don't know. I wanted to obviously play in the Big Ten, being from Indiana or Notre Dame maybe, but that didn't really come to fruition. I had a lot of MAC offers, and I just thought at the time Cincinnati had a good schedule. They played some pretty big schools, so I thought that's where I fell in love with the city and the school when I went on the visit, and it was kind of just, it kind of works out for, it just worked out for me. So I have no complaints looking back on it. I obviously wouldn't trade it for anything. Going there, and maybe if I went to a Big Ten school, I might have only played 1 or 2 years, or maybe never even saw the field. So I was lucky that I was able to start 4 years at Cincinnati. Gave me a lot of experience, and
Did you start every game there but one? Is that what it was?
Every game but one.
That's what I thought. That's an amazing achievement.
And that's kind of a BS story, but I ain't going to get into that.
You mean the one?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't need to divulge that tonight per se. What about just in general, your college career then, your NFL career thereafter with 3 teams, correct?
Yeah, Cowboys. The Jets, Cowboys, and I still call them the Redskins. But.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
What a run, though. Talk about some of those NFL memories, I guess.
Well, it seems so long ago, but I just think, my first year we went to the AFC Championship game, and I was like, God, this is easy. We went to the playoffs, and we're going to be back, and that was the closest I ever got going to the Super Bowl. That's why I was talking. I'm a little envious of Trey.
Yeah.
With either, I don't know, maybe, I know he has 1 ring. If he has 2, I might steal one tonight, but...
It gets hard. It shows just how difficult it
is. And we had some good teams, and, it's just you got to be lucky. You got to have the right combination of players. And, I enjoyed it, though. I had a blast. Memories and bonds and for a lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you played under Bill Parcells, correct, when you went to Dallas?
I did. Yeah, I was with Bill at New York and Dallas, and I was coached by Joe Gibbs at in D.C. So I had an opportunity. Herm Edwards and
some great
some
legendary
good coaches.
Names,
yeah,
for sure.
Rick Minner at Cincinnati. Coach Johns here at Dwenger.
Well played. Yeah, Coach would say something. I'm sure if he didn't mention.
No, he's going to present me tonight. So.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, what a nice tribute.
Yeah.
Good for you for asking Coach Johns. Well, we only got another minute or so. Let's get back into coaching at Bishop Dwenger. A lot of guys go out and venture, and I know you've got other business ventures that are very successful, but talk a little bit about, again, how special that is to coach at your alma mater and give back to some of these young people.
It is. I think, we got great tradition at Dwenger, and we've had some great teams, and we've come close. We've won some state championships and maybe could have won a couple more, but, you got to be lucky. You can't win them every year, and you want to. That's the goal, but I do enjoy it. We got a great group of coaches, Coach Garrett and the staff. I have some good friends on the staff, Chad Cagnett that I played with at Dwengers. Mm-hmm. We help on the offensive line. Joe Warden, we're kind of the 3-headed monsters, we call it.
For the line
and kind of take the tight end. So
all handsome men.
Yes,
I
of course.
All those guys are very handsome. Very good friends, all 3, if I'm being completely transparent.
But no, we have fun. I think that's part of it is, we take it serious, but we have fun with it, and we try to, to be role models for these young men and try to show them the Dwenger way.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Jason, for
Oh,
joining
thanks,
us.
Casey.
Congratulations again. What a tremendous honor, very deserving. Ladies and gentlemen, former Bishop Dwenger standout, Jason Fabini. Thank you, Jason. Next up, we have another Jason, the second Jason.
Yeah, Casey, obviously going to St. Charles and Dwenger, I followed Jason Fabini. He was 3 years ahead of me, and wow, so much fun following his career and just seeing him excel on the basketball court. And actually, he was a really, really good baseball player, too. Kind of a little legend over there at St. Joe Baseball Diamonds. But
for sure.
And obviously, all of that just kind of really built him into the athlete that made him dominant in the NFL.
Well, I think Jason didn't get the credit he deserved for being the athlete that he was, because he was just big. Yeah. And then, of course, known as being just a big, strong guy in the NFL and, of course, at Cincinnati. Next up, we have our second Jason tonight, Jason Baker, former Wayne General, and, of course, spent some time in college at Iowa, where his career really took off, and then in the NFL, of course. We're going to spend about 5 to 10 minutes with you tonight,
good
Jason. Yeah, good to see you.
Thank
you. Thank you. First of all, congratulations. What an honor this must be for you.
It's really cool. And if you, obviously, if you know the degree of talent that comes through this town, it's not to be underestimated. I was joking with some people earlier, like I wasn't even a significant contributor to my high school team, if you consider that. I mean, there'll be a guy here as a guest of mine who had a much bigger impact on the success of my high school team than I did.
I think you're underselling your performance, Jason. I mean, just to be honest, because Coach Dave Moore, right,
yeah, he'll be here tonight.
Was there and it was instrumental in your career. Take us back to those high school days, and don't be too self-deprecating, because that's where it all started for you.
100%.
And you got your opportunities, and then maybe branch out and talk a little bit about Iowa and beyond.
Well, I actually wasn't going to go to Wayne High School. Everyone in my family either went to CC or Lures. I grew up in Catholic church on the south side of town. That's just kind of what you did.
Okay.
Calling my buddies one day in like August and said, "Hey, what are we doing tomorrow?" And they're like, "We're going to football practice." And I was like, "So where's football practice?" They're like, "Wayne High School." And literally, that's how I started going to Wayne. And you have like a week into training camp or whatever, you go in and register for school.
Oh, great.
And Coach Moore was a freshman coach or a JV coach who had recently graduated from Ball State. And literally one day we were out at practice, and I had played soccer and a bunch of stuff, and I'd always been kicking balls everywhere. And he grabbed me and was like, "Hey, he held the ball, and he's like, if you can make this, we can go in, practice is over, and if you miss it, we're going to run." And anyway, made the kick, and here we are. Literally from the first ball that I kicked in my life, like with intentionality, to the last one, he was right next to me, which is really cool.
Yeah, what a great.
Pretty fortunate. I stole something there for sure.
What a testimony, and it just shows how important different people are in our lives, right? Maybe talk a little bit, Jason, about your time at Iowa. I mean, and the things really took off for you.
I think there were probably people that were surprised because I was on a good high school football team. I'm not actually joking. Like, we would have still won state if I wasn't there. Like, I'm not being like, you just don't punt a lot, and you don't, I mean, we had a bunch of really, really good players. And anyway, I ended up somehow I've gone to a few camps, and all of a sudden people are like, wait, this guy actually can do something. He just wasn't really on tape as much. And I had a significant number of opportunities. But I was the only one where I could go and play football and baseball, and I could play football right away. And they had a history of it, like, really doing a good job on special teams. And so it was kind of an easy decision once my parents could wrap their head around me going that far away, which in hindsight doesn't seem as far as it did then. But man, it was an awesome experience. I mean, the people there are amazing. And we went from being a really, really talented team to really bad. And so I think at the end of my senior year, I had punted more times than like any punter had in college football at that point, right? So I got a lot of reps, which
maybe
didn't feel as good then, but it definitely, And so that was something that in hindsight was really cool. And just trying to incrementally improve all the time. And I had some NFL pedigree coaching at Iowa. And so, like, the transition to the NFL actually happened to me my junior year of college during a coaching change. And I didn't recognize that till years later when preaching hang time and, like, managing the ball and direction and all this. Nobody was doing that in college, really. Normally, you have to graduate to that. But the guy didn't know anything else. That was my coach then. And so I was like forced to deal with that when I was going into my junior year instead of my freshman or my rookie year of the NFL. So the transition for me actually wasn't as significant. So
Pretty seamless at that point because you were a little bit ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I'd already sort of adopted a lot of that thinking, which was helpful.
And then just the opportunity to play in the NFL. I mean, that had to be just amazing to think, wow, I'm getting paid to do this.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, you think what firemen and teachers get paid, and then what I got paid to kick a football around was really kind of almost at some point you're like, come on, this is kind of broken. Really cool experience. But I mean, there's guys in this room tonight that were, they were born. I mean, you got first round picks and stuff here. Like I was a guy when my first year of training camp, we had a preseason game 12 days into camp, and I thought, man, how cool would it be to get to a preseason game?
Mm-hmm.
Like I could wear a helmet and like go out there and like be in an NFL uniform
take a couple pictures,
maybe get a rep or two, and to be walking out the door 12 years later and having done a lot of the things that I was able to do during that, I couldn't sit here and claim like I expected that to happen. And so there's really no, when it ended, I didn't really have there was no bitter, I felt like I stole all of it. I didn't feel like any of it was owed to me.
I think there's some people that would feel that you earned all of it. So
yeah, maybe.
Congratulations again. Why don't you get Anthony on deck for us, Maura, and we'll just close up. Do you have a question?
Yeah, Jason, just talk about, being a punter, okay, so you spend a lot of time on the sidelines, but when you're called, it's like all eyes are on you. What's that feeling like, especially at the NFL level, to kind of have that pressure and have to really come through in those kind of moments?
So it's definitely different. If you were a position player playing all the time, that would be challenging. But you build in routines and you do some psychological preparation where you actually – like what you've seen on TV isn't really where my head is. Like, oh my gosh, this is the score and this is the time of game, and oh my gosh, what's going to happen? If you're doing a good job psychologically, you're not really there. But I definitely had moments where there was one in Chicago. We were in the playoffs late in the game. We have like a 4-point lead or a 3-point lead, and it's like 18 degrees and the wind's blowing 25 miles an hour. And like some of the guys are walking by me and like, buddy, I don't want nothing to do with your job right now. So there's some of those situations, but by God's grace, that stuff actually became you almost get fired up about it. Like you almost are looking for it. Like, stack it up. I'm going to go. Let's go. Give me the ball. Yeah. Early in my career, didn't feel like that. You were hoping to survive those moments. But that's a real thing. You get 7-8 reps in a game, and the other guys get 70.
Yeah.
So the mistakes seem to have a greater weight. There's no chance. There's just not an opportunity to fail, right? You just have to be successful at a really high rate, and but it's a tough spot to be in for sure.
It's pretty awesome.
Well, Jason, we got about just another minute left here. You've already touched on this a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just now tuning in, former Wayne General Jason Baker, who's being inducted tonight into the ICA Region 3 Hall of Fame. You touched on it already. This particular class, this has got to be very humbling, very special. You deserve this. You're very humble, but talk about being inducted with this crew.
So I played against most of them, and so when you hear about them in a scouting report versus the guy you knew from your hometown, you get an appreciation for how good these guys are. I mean, most of the guys on this list are generationally extraordinary, and so I don't think I'm being over humble to say there's a group of guys on here that absolutely belong in here, and a couple of us probably slid on here.
I wouldn't say that,
but I mean my guys lined up against Trey in Pittsburgh every year, once or twice. We always played them in the preseason. Early in my career, we played against Jason and his guys, and I remember hoping we never had to play against Bernard. And Anthony was just these guys were just like staples, which is sort of when you get to that level, you almost have a ton of pride in seeing one of your other guys out there. I mean, you want to beat them in the game, but you actually hope if we were playing the Cowboys, you kind of hope, I hope Anthony gets 2 sacks, and then we win by 21, and Jake doesn't get hurt from him sacking him.
Perfect.
High five him. We
and
still
I'm sure
win.
Early, if you'd faced him early on, because he played a lot of special teams.
Yeah, I would just prefer not deal with him. But so I fortunately didn't have to run into Bernard, which is good. But you end up having a pride about your peers out there, which is cool. And all these guys were, just. A+.
Yep.
So,
well, thank you, Jason, for joining us. Congratulations again. Did you get an opportunity to sign those?
I did.
Thank you
all
so
of
much.
Them, yep.
Okay. Well, without further ado, then we'll bring in our next guest, former Bishop Luers standout, Anthony Spencer, of course, started at Purdue and then spent time, Jeff, I think the Dallas Cowboys are really where he made his name. Absolutely. Anthony, man, it's so good to see you. Congratulations. Put this headset on and spend a few minutes talking with us if you don't mind. First off, Jeff Mahoney with Summit City Sports, and you probably remember me from game night.
Yes, I do.
Congratulations. I mean, this has got to be a wonderful honor for you, Bishop Luers alum, all those great memories from high school. To be going into the High School Football Hall of Fame with this particular class got to be special.
It is very special. I mean, some of these guys, I played against two of them. I played with one, so I know these guys are heck of athletes, and they play the game the right way, and they've done it for a long time because they played it the right way.
Absolutely. I guess tell our listeners right now, we're streaming this live, but it'll be viewable later.
Okay.
What you've been up to the last several years since
retiring?
Since you retired from football.
Since I retired, I got into doing insurance. Then I started buying real estate. I got a real estate license. I do a little loan officer stuff. I do a lot, man. I do a lot, but I try not to do too much. So I got two little kids. I got a son and a daughter. They're 9 and 7. So I spend a lot of time with them, just hanging out. Yeah, being dad. Like that's like I really enjoy that part of it. Like I did what I had to do on the field. So now I'm comfortable and I can do pretty much what I want with them and have a lot of time with them.
There's probably no more important job, and you know that, than being dad.
For sure,
So congratulations for that recognition. Anthony, talk a little bit about your time at Luers. I mean, you were with that really special small class. I think it was like 8 or 9 guys.
Yep, 8 of us, 9 of us.
2 state championships in 3 years, is that correct? Went to state all 3 years?
Yep, we lost it 1 year.
The junior year, correct? 41-3. I always give Kyle the credit for the 41-3 as starting QB, but it was all of you.
Yep, for sure.
And you guys, Bishop Luers football was good before then, and it's been good since then, but that was a really special 3-year run. Talk a little bit about those memories.
Man, it was just a bunch of friends. I feel like we were just a bunch of friends, and we bonded during the summertime, and like it started really early because we had our freshman team. We went undefeated, and then we kind of all moved up into JV and doing that together. But into our sophomore year, it's like I feel like we got beat down our first game against Northrop somebody. Yeah. And I remember
Ben Rogers' team, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I remember sitting in the parking lot of like the Burger King behind there, and then just talking to like Mike Lito and Chris Custer, just talking about how we got beat down so bad, and we just really made a pact within ourselves at that time. Like, we don't want to have this happening every week. So I feel like that happened a lot throughout my football career. Like, he was like, man, I don't know if this is what I want to be doing. Is this how I want to spend my time? You know what I mean? Like, am I putting in the right amount of time in the things that's going to pay off for me down the road? And I feel like it did, and really sticking with that stuff and playing and grinding through those times when you didn't want to. I feel like those were really what made my football career.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about, I guess, some of those coaches and some of those people along your journey that it really made a difference in your life.
I would say early, definitely Lindsey and the X brothers, Coach Lou, like all those coaches at Bishop Luers, man, I feel like they really laid a good foundation for me to be the player that I was. Just talking about how to hustle to the ball and just doing the things that you're supposed to do, like the things that's uncoachable. You know what I mean? Like that was like the norm. Like those are the things that we were going to do. Like it wasn't like it had to be talked about or preached about. Like it was just,
this is how it is.
This is how it is. This is how it's going to be. And it was like that from day one. I just remember him, Coach X, being on me so hard, like doing bear crawls around the whole practice facility or whatnot, just because I wouldn't keep my head down on run plays and stuff like that. So just those memories and just the things they would say, like, still resonates with me today. So yeah,
oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah, and is it true that with those Bishop Luers teams, Kyle Lindsey was the hardest hitter on the team?
Yo, he probably put some of the hardest hits on film. Him and Millhouse would be upset with me saying that, but he put some hard hits on the film. But I would say Millhouse was probably one of our hardest hitters that we had.
And you talk about life after football and being a businessman. Do you still have businesses in Fort Wayne? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I opened up a HotWorks. It's a infrared yoga facility. So you go in there, it's a infrared sauna. You go in there, you turn up the degrees to about 130 degrees, and you just work on flexibility. I really got into it because I wanted to be able to do yoga. I wanted to get into something that I could be able to be active in as I got older. So I wanted, and it's really like small, personal. So it's only like 2 or 3 people that can fit into the space. So it really allowed me to learn how to do yoga before I actually wanted to put myself into a class full of people, and you know what I mean. So it gave me a place to really practice, and it has a lot of good health benefits like detoxing and you should really just check it out because I use it still to today just because it's a thing to do. It's open 24/7. You know what I mean, I can go there at any point of the day, night. So you just got to have a membership, but I really enjoy it.
That's awesome.
Maura's into yoga. My daughter, who is helping you, so we'll have to get that connected.
Yeah.
And where can people find your business?
It's on West Jefferson. It's right there next to the Big Lots.
Okay.
Yep.
Excellent. Well, Anthony, we got a few more minutes left. Talk a little bit about this class and how special it is to go in with some of these guys. I mean, former players, former colleagues.
Yes, for sure.
Some legendary names here.
Yeah, I mean, I always start with the guys that I played with, like Bernard, man. Like just his work ethic, like that time, like I feel like he went to Purdue like right after I left there or left out of high school. But just like that time of just my work and the things I was putting in, the players that I was around, like they were really special players, and Bernard was one of those guys. And just like steel started sharpening steel. So just being able to compete against him, work with him, like just like when you have those type of guys on your team, it's hard to not be good because everyone pushes, like leaders like lead the pack, you know what I mean? So it pushed us to a whole nother level. And then Trey, I mean, that was another guy I played against at Harding, and I was just, I mean, I just remember like the basketball battles that we had in SAC, like, and me trying to just compete. That was really when I really started to realize that I wasn't built for like the basketball competition. Like everyone, like I'm playing center, but everyone's a little bit bigger than what I am. So just like dealing with those type of guys, and I've met Baker a bunch of times. I know he played for a long time. I mean, all these guys, man. I know that they put a lot of effort and life into this game, and I know that it gives it back to you at the same time. So I know that they've done what they needed to do to be in the position that they are right now.
Well, for sure. I know I've been fortunate to be part of the board here, the IFCA Region 3, and helping all these guys behind the scenes, trying to put this together. It's been a lot of work.
Yeah.
And we're very grateful that you decided to come tonight as the rest of the men have, because this is, in my opinion, this is just a celebration of Northeast Indiana football.
Right, and that's what I like. I really wanted to celebrate that because, I mean, it really made me who I am as a football player. Like, it really laid the foundation for me as a football player, just Indiana football in general.
For sure. And last but not least, put a bow on this and talk a little bit about your NFL career. You know, you had some injuries, but you still had a wonderful career.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about those years and what you take away from that time.
I feel like football is just like life, man. Like like no matter how prepared you are for it, it's going to give you some curveballs, and it's going to challenge you. You know what I mean? Life is hard, football's hard, and it's about just sticking with it and grinding out and just believing in the person that you're wanting to become and the person that you are. You know what I mean? Just knowing those things, like knowing the truth. You know what I mean? I feel like that's what football really does, is show you who you are, and it forces you to see yourself and change the things that you want to change and develop and get better. So, I mean, as an NFL player, I really enjoyed just the grind with all the other players and the games. People ask me, like, do I miss it? Like, I miss the games, like the team, the camaraderie, the competition. I don't miss like the working out and the eating right and like
all the
having
hard
practice,
stuff.
like all the stuff that came with it. So you take it for what it is. So yeah.
Well, you've had a heck of a career. Congratulations again. We're
Thank you.
very happy to have you here and very honored that you could join us tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Spencer, former Bishop Luers, Purdue, and NFL alum. Thank you again for being with us, Anthony. Did you get a chance to sign a couple of those?
Yes, I did. I hooked you up over there.
We'll put this up in the cave.
I know. I need to get me one of these for myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, keep being a great dad.
Yes,
thanks,
thank
Anthony.
you. I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Yep.
And we got Kyle walking up right behind, so just in time. Casey, we're still waiting on a few players. We got Eddie Nolan going to join
Eddie,
us.
outstanding.
Eddie obviously was close with Bernard Pollard over there at the South Side. Coach Bernard was integral in all of his successes at Purdue.
Eddie, sit down, my man. How are you doing? Put this headset on and spend a few minutes with us. Good to see you. You look handsome as ever. Look at all the jewelry you got on.
Hey.
Look at showing off the hardware, huh?
I decided to put it on tonight, but it's an honor.
Well, what a special night for Fort Wayne football, huh? I mean, is this exciting or what?
This is very exciting. I mean, just seeing Coach Dorfler and some of the athletes, Jason and both Jasons, Bernard, Anthony, Vaughn, is just great. Trey, it's a great example of how talented Fort Wayne has been and is right now.
Absolutely. Jeff, I'm sure you got some questions for Coach.
Well, I mean, you just rattled off a bunch of those names right there that you coached against, and some of them you coached. But more personally, just talk about the story with Bernard and, the route to Purdue and then throughout his NFL career.
Bernard was more of a unique situation. Great young man. As a freshman in high school, Bernard was in my office, and I had Jason Barnes, who's now a pro scout for the Seattle Seahawks. And Bernard had got in trouble or something. It was nothing bad, but basically I said, Bernard, you can make it to the NFL if you do the right things. And Jason spoke to him, and again, Jason went on to go to Ball State and play. And then later on, Bernard he stepped up his game and got better every year. We just talked about him earlier. Playing against him, they'd look for number 10 on that football field. And every time he hit somebody, it was like a car crash. And a quick story, I was at IU, James Hardy's apartment, and Brandon Stuckey was there. And so I'm asking James, I said, James, who was that kid that Bernard hit in the Elmhurst Southside game? And James is pointing like this. I said, was you? He said, yeah. He said, I stopped playing football after that game. He said, Bernard
retired him.
He retired him. He said, he hit me so hard that he says, James went over there to pick him up. He said, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I can't move. I can't move my legs. So that was the indication right there that he was going to go on and do some great things.
Well, in case you got that picture when you went to the Kansas City Chiefs game, you see how big Bernard was.
Yes.
And he was a safety.
Yes.
That was his rookie year. Yeah.
He is still huge. Had a good thing today where he brought his son over to St. Francis and got a workout in. Good. And his son is going to be one of the probably most talented safeties in Nashville, Tennessee. And it's just watching Bernard push him and work at him and being a father and trying to push him to a work ethic to have him excel is excellent.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Coach, so much for joining us. We're going to shift gears. We've got another guest.
I got you.
And you know what? You are part of this scene.
Thank you.
Your name is synonymous, as far as I'm concerned, as legendary coaches who have put in the time. Thank you for giving back to this community.
And I was just telling your daughter, I said, hey, your father does so much for Fort Wayne football, and all the work that you put in here is excellent, and I commend you, and man, you get so much respect.
Well, thank you,
I appreciate
Eddie.
you. And
Jeff,
same
with Jeff. Jeff's
same thing with Jeff. We work together at St. Francis, the same thing. He does a great job.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate you.
Thank you for joining us, Coach. Enjoy the night.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have a lovely young lady. You're going to have to help me with your name after you get your headset on. Is it Bree? Okay,
That's correct.
And your last name, Bree?
Johnson.
Bree Johnson.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. The granddaughter of one Johnny Bright.
That's correct.
Oh, wow.
This is a special night for your family.
It is.
Certainly for your grandfather, who's no longer with us, but very deserving of this honor. Bree, just tell us just the general emotions that you have tonight and your family in general as your grandfather goes into the Hall of Fame here locally.
Yeah, as a family, we're really excited. I mean, I've grown up hearing about the legend of my grandfather, seeing plaques on the walls at home, and the stadium at his alma mater, Drake University, was named after him, so we got to go out there for that. Cool. He has a college now at Drake University called John D. Bright College.
Very cool.
So we got to go out for that. So it's really nice to have like a ceremony at home here in Fort Wayne, where he's from, honor him too, which is really cool.
No, that sounds amazing, and I'm sure not a whole lot of people know about that kind of past for Johnny Bright. But what are some of the memories that you remember with him just from your childhood? Or
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't get to meet him. So he passed away 7 years before I was born. But I think the biggest thing is the legend of the face mask. So he was his senior year of college at Drake University, leading in total offense in the country. He was the first black player to do that. He was, by all accounts, going to be the first black Heisman Trophy winner. And he was assaulted on the field by an opposing player. They did not have face masks back then, so they could punch him.
A&M, right?
Yep, now Oklahoma State. And they reached through and punched him, and they shattered his jaw, knocked him out. What I think is a testament to him is that he gets up, and the next play he throws a 61-yard touchdown pass with a broken jaw, and he's just come back to consciousness, which most people can't even do that, right? So we're in good health.
They don't even do that in the same season. Sometimes in the same career.
Yeah, exactly.
And your grandpa did it in the same game.
Yeah,
what a testament.
Exactly. And then the following year, the NCAA brought in face masks to protect the players, and the following year after that, the NFL instated it too. So I think a lot of people don't know the racial history of football, and a lot of, especially what we've seen the last couple of years, people have been like, "Oh, keep race out of football." But I'm like, if you know the history of football, it's right there.
Itself, right?
Yeah.
And the civil rights component of this, and your grandfather's role in that, is monumental. I mean, that's part of his story. It's not the only part of his story, because he was a darn good football player too.
Yeah,
they kind of coexisted.
Exactly. And he just wanted to be a football player. He was using athletics to get to the next stage in life. He really wanted to be a teacher. He majored in education. He became one of Canada's first black principals. So he had this huge career off the field as well. Yep. But because of what happened to him, so that what we just talked about was captured by 2 photographers. So they flew down there just to catch the game, because they kind of heard rumblings that they weren't going to be very nice to my grandpa, and they caught it.
Stuck around and got the picture.
Yep, they caught it all on film and ended up winning the following year's Pulitzer Prize. It was the front page of Time magazine and Life magazine, and it became a national talking point about the treatment of black athletes. So to have that story just kind of thrust upon you on top of just wanting to be an athlete it's pretty incredible. But he handled it well, and I think for him, what's incredible is he didn't even tell my mom and her siblings about that happening. He didn't want them to have grudges against people or certain states. And
that's cool.
I think that's incredible, because I think most people would have told everybody, right? But he just didn't want to be remembered for what happened to him when he was in his 20s.
What a testament, though, to him as a person,
right?
And who he really was. You have to be so proud of your grandpa and his legacy and who he was as a man, not knowing him, but what you're learning about him after the fact.
Absolutely.
Talk a little bit about just that in general, Bree, and then what tonight, again, means to you and your family.
Yeah. Well, what I learned when, kind of researching my speech and figuring out what I wanted to say is he graduated Drake University with 17 yards shy of 6,000 career total offensive yards. He left with 10 minutes left in the game because he wanted all of the seniors to get a chance to go into the game. I think most of us would have gone for the 17 yards.
Yes.
But I think to just say, you know what?
Speaks volumes.
Yeah, I've gotten plenty of yardage. I don't really need to hit 6,000. I'm going to let my teammates get in. I think that's incredible. I think, like I said, most of us would have gone for the 17 yards.
I know I would have.
Right. So that humility for him to say, look, I've done enough. I want my teammates to shine, that's pretty incredible to him. So learning those stories, and as a teacher, he was the teacher who had deodorant in his room for kids that didn't have it at home. He had snacks. He would buy kids lunch. He would come back to Fort Wayne and buy turkeys for families. He made sure kids had, shoes to play basketball in. He hosted a basketball and football camp when he came back every summer to Fort Wayne. So I think hearing about the philanthropy and him giving back before, athletes like LeBron made it a thing to do that was pretty incredible to hear.
Well, excellent. Well, Bree, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Yeah. This is long overdue, but better late than never.
Exactly.
Right? And your grandpa is a Fort Wayne legend. We're so honored that you could join us tonight. We're honored to see him go into the Hall of Fame.
Well, thank you guys very much for having me. I appreciate it.
It was a pleasure.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bree.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for the history lesson.
Of course. I love
amazing.
history. Yeah, it's great. Thanks.
Hi, Coach. Come up, sit down.
Casey, looks like we got Coach Andy Johns coming up, another Hall of Famer. Coach Johns, longtime coach over at Bishop Dwenger.
Oh, the coach is like a legend here. People are mobbing him. You know what? I ran into Coach here you go, Coach. I ran into Coach Jeff. I think I told you this story. We had some of our coaching legends on around the fort during the playoffs. And I ran into Coach at a funeral, and he was, instead of exchanging pleasantries or how's your family or, God rest this person's soul, he says, when are you going to have me down in your basement?
That's because I saw Lindsay down there.
That's true.
What a great story. Coach, thank you for joining us.
Yes, happy to be here.
We will have you down in the cave, I promise. But until then, let's spend a couple minutes talking a little bit about the IFCA Region 3. You're part of this. You're
Sure.
already in the hall. And I guess all these guys here, specifically this one here, Jason Fabini.
Oh, well, that's easy to talk about. You and I both know Jason for probably 35 years, so a lot of stories. Knew him from grade school all the way up, high school, of course, at UC, and then the NFL. Quite a stellar person, giving back to the community. After he moved back to Fort Wayne, I think that's big. And I couldn't be more proud of him.
Yeah. And then coaching. We talked a little bit about it with Jason tonight. Yep. And, to me, that's one of those ultimate signs of giving back.
Sure.
Because, let's face it, these guys aren't getting paid a whole lot. In Jason's case, I bet he's not taking
Probably
anything.
Nothing, I'm sure.
And to spend that time and help mold these young men, it says a lot about, I think, his character and his willingness to give back.
Yeah. That's one of the things I'll bring about when I present him, too. But anybody can write a check. But to give your time and generosity for all these years, that's something special.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Coach, maybe just some general comments about this class as a whole. I mean, these are two, compatriots of yours, the Dorfler brothers,
yes.
Of course, Johnny Bright, legendary, long overdue, and then this NFL core here. What a special class this is.
It is. I mean, you got a little bit of everything there. The nice thing about the NFL 5, if we may call them that, they've all come back to Fort Wayne and given it their time through different camps and other things that they did for the city. One thing about Johnny Bright, I never saw him play, but watching NFL games in the 50s with my dad, and he would say, watching Jim Brown or whomever, he said, Johnny Bright was as good as any of them. Mm-hmm. He was a little bit after my dad, but my dad went to Central, so it was sort of a soft spot for him there. But he said he was as good as anything he's ever seen. So I wish I could have seen him play more. I've seen some of his highlights, but
he was a special talent,
yes,
for sure.
Yes, he had to be. And the two Dorfler boys, coached against them. I athletic directored with them, and they become dear friends of mine. Run into them various places today, and we've always gotten along really well and supported each other.
Very good men and very deserving.
Yeah.
Coach, obviously you're a part of the Hall of Fame here, inducted. Also, a guy that you coached with for a long time at Bishop Dwenger, Fred Tone, is also inducted into the Hall of Fame. I know, Coach, you and Coach Tone are just synonymous with Dwenger football. I believe 3 state championships coaching together with the Saints back-to-back in 91-92 or 90-91?
90-91.
So just talk about your coaching time with Fred Tone and what you guys were able to accomplish together at Dwenger.
Well, I mean, we went through all phases of it. I mean, both of us were assistants together in the 70s and under Coach Bart, and learned a lot of the things about coaching football, how to do it, how to treat people. And then, of course, in the 80s, we were, as you said, inseparable, so to speak. And much of the success that we had over the years goes right back to him. He was a great individual, and it was a great principal after the fact.
And the back-to-back state championships, just talk about those rosters that you had. I believe the first state championship team was ranked nationally in the top 25.
I think so, yeah.
They were loaded.
Just didn't want to get in their way. That's the big thing. They could turn it on. I mean, we weren't totally two-platoon, but we were very close to it, which is unheard of at Dwenger, at least
especially
when I
back
was there.
Back
then, yeah. And they were fun to watch. They were fun to coach, fun to watch, and they were all great successes today.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable players like Chris Ditto, Kevin Creda, Yule Wilson, to name a few.
Chad Cagnett, on and on and on. And
Jason Fabini.
And Jason kind of kick-started it with that play. Danny Murray scoops it up.
And there he is. Strip sack, scoop, touchdown.
Coach, talk a little bit about your experience with the IFCA and just the Hall of Fame in general and what this particular group means to you.
Well, this particular group, I mean, it's a large group, but like you said, probably well overdue. All great contributors out of Northeast Indiana, Region 3. And it's nice the IFCA and the local board of directors keeps this going. The Hall of Fame in Richmond, of course, closed, which was a sadness to me. You know, that was always a nice place to visit or take the kids to and so forth. Maybe someday they'll get that
reopened or
reopened.
restarted.
I'm sure the stuff is stored somewhere. We had a lot of it.
Yeah.
So.
If not, there's spots in my basement.
There you yeah.
Right, Jeff?
There's spots.
We'll find. There's not many spots.
Not many, but
I wouldn't know that. I've only seen the background.
You are going
on TV,
to be in the cave. I promise you. We'll have pizza for you and everything, Coach.
It looked like there was stuff on the walls, but I really couldn't quite tell.
No,
having not been there.
To get the full experience, you need to be there and immerse yourself, Coach. You know it's going to be fantastic. Well, we got only a minute or two left, Coach. I guess just you should talk about that backup quarterback from 1987 and how much he meant to your career. No, I'm just kidding. I do want to say, though, on a personal note, I had a handful of coaches and people, athletic directors, that I needed to kind of sell game night to when I started this venture in the late 90s. I left the newspaper.
Yeah.
You were one of the first people that I went to and said, Coach, this is what I'm thinking about doing. What are your thoughts? And I, of course, had my time at the News Sentinel, earned some degree of stripes at that point, but still was relatively a new sports writer to the area. And I remember you sat down with me and said, Casey, you're passionate. You can do whatever you want to do. And I think you should go for it. And that meant a lot. So thank you.
I think you've been a great success and a great backer of high school football in the area. You put a lot of work in, background work and everything every single week, and I know it takes a lot of time and effort, and it's much appreciated.
Well, thank you, Coach. It's totally been my honor. Well, more, do we have Bernard, or did he disappear?
He's doing another interview real quick, and then he's going to be right over, so Maura will stay on top of him.
Okay. Well, when Bernard comes over, we'll kick you out, Coach. What else do you want to talk about? What are you doing with your time now? Are you golfing?
I golf.
You drinking beer? You playing? You bowling? What are you doing?
No bowling.
No? Not good for your back or for the elbow, huh?
I don't think I can lift a 16-pound ball anymore.
Without throwing something out.
That's right. Golfing on Tuesday, Thursday. We had a group of various people that go to different courses, and it's enjoyable. Gets you out a couple days, and
good.
There's a day or two in between to recover. Not playing back-to-back days, so that's sort of nice. And spending time with the family and so forth.
Excellent.
Definitely slowing down. But,
well, I'm sure you don't miss the AD stuff quite as much as the coaching. What do you miss most about coaching on Friday nights? Is it the Friday nights?
I think it's the Friday night. I think coaches will tell you that. I mean, the practices are fun. I enjoyed them leading up to the game. But Friday nights are the competitiveness, I think, is what you miss. Scoreboard at the end of the night, and you're either going to win or you're going to lose and go home from there. You sort of miss that.
Well, I was going to say, you were on the right side of the scoreboard more times than not, certainly at Bishop Dwenger, and some special memories. Is there one special team, one special memory, or is that impossible?
That's really hard. I mean, all the great ones we had. Just to pick one, that was my very first year, 1980, as a head coach. I was young, whatever it was, 30 years old, 31 years old, and we were, what were we, 6-2, going into the last game against Concordia, and we scored late in the game. Dave Schmeeman, God rest his soul, scored a touchdown, and that 7-2 season, that one game, 7-2 versus 6-3, I think, instilled confidence in the administration, the team, myself, to go on from there. So sort of a nondescript year, but it was the first one, and that last game was very important.
Kind of set the tone for the
I think
future
so, yeah,
and gave
yeah.
you maybe some confidence as a head coach.
Sure.
Hey, I can do this.
Yeah. Gave you a place to at least start and go into year 2.
Absolutely. Well, Coach, you've been a legendary coach here in Northeast Indiana, a ton of success, 3 state championships, 83, 90, 91. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, I enjoyed it. Thanks, Case.
Yep. Enjoy the night, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, who do we got up next? So another handsome man.
Casey, I got to play for Coach Johns, and wow, what a legend. And I'm telling you what, that program was just a machine.
No doubt about it. Coach had a great run there, of course, the back-to-back state championships. And we have another state championship coach joining us tonight, current Snyder coach, Kurt Tittman. Coach, welcome to Around the Fort. Yeah,
I got goosebumps, so forgive me if I'm a little in awe, because this is quite the get-together of who's who of Fort Wayne football.
It really is like that.
Yeah, I mean, talk a little bit about it, Coach. I know you're on the board here locally. You've been instrumental in helping put all this together. This is a really neat night, and to see all these guys take the time to make it is just really special.
Well, when we were able to get this group of 9 together, we were a little optimistic that we could get them all to attend, because they're living in all over the country, and with schedules and things like that. But to have all 9 present is phenomenal. Well, beyond what we expected, and then to have the people that are here to witness it and speak on their behalf. Like I said, I'm in awe and just get goosebumps watching and thinking about the stories of coaches and players that are in this room.
For sure. Why don't we talk about one of these 9-9 his Snyder ties? What are your memories of Vaughn? He's a little bit older than us, but wow, what a special talent he was.
Well, I was a freshman when he was a senior.
Okay.
So that was my freshman year. My initiation into football was watching that 86 team play, and I could name the starting lineup, both sides of the ball. I mean, they were my heroes. Every freshman thinks those senior guys are stars, and so followed them. And then I was fortunate when I left Snyder. I was a student assistant at IU for Bill Mallory, and so Vaughn was just coming from Northeast Oklahoma JC. So his 2 years of playing at IU, I was there, at every game as a student assistant on the sideline. So I got to watch him at IU too. I mean, He was a human highlight reel. He was just phenomenal. Even in the Big Ten, he was a man among boys. Even against the Ohio States and the Michigans, he stuck out like a sore thumb. He was that good, and those were the heyday of the Hoosiers. Playing in 3 bowl games in those time, and he played in 2 of them in the Peach Bowl against Auburn.
Yes.
Down in Atlanta, and then the next year against Baylor out in Arizona in the Copper Bowl. He was the MVP of that game with Trent Green.
Yes.
Phenomenal team that went, I believe, 12-2 or 12-3, somewhere around there, and was ranked in the country, and then got recognized in the Heisman Trophy race. I mean, he was right up there at the top. I believe he's in the top 3 in the Heisman Trophy race. I believe won the Doak Walker Award, which was the best running back in the country at that time. So, getting to see and be witness to a lot of that. I mean, he's just phenomenal. And then always being proud of the fact that he was a Snyder High School guy. And
Fort Wayne guy, for sure.
Fort Wayne guy. And, I have just great memories of watching him play and, that 86 team play.
That 86 team was just so close to winning
Carmel
that first
in
state
overtime.
championship.
I could tell you the exact play. Jeff Lord, tight end, caught the touchdown in overtime to beat us. And
Heartbreak City.
Heartbreak City, exactly right.
Well,
Coach, what an unbelievable era there. You got Rod Woodson going into Vaughn Dunbar. I mean, obviously, there's been a ton of great Snyder athletes, but you were around then, maybe a little bit younger, but I'm sure looking up to those guys. Can you just kind of take us back to the middle 80s when you had talents like Rod Woodson and Von Dunbar?
Well, it was cool. I didn't get to see in person Rod play as much. I was probably too young there. And then, with my last name, I was probably going to Bishop Dwenger games at that time as a young kid. But, in that I started to watch Snyder in the 84, 85 seasons. Cornelius Billingsley, who is the grandfather of what is going to be our quarterback this year, which is kind of cool.
That is
taken
cool.
back to those ages. Kieran his grandfather is Corny, and he was the quarterback in that time. And 85 was the first time I got to watch Snyder make a long playoff run. I know they went in 81, but I wasn't. I was 10 years old, didn't get to really recognize that. But then 85, seeing them play, and I can remember they went to Valpo, and everybody came back saying, "Oh, they watered the field down, and they slowed the Panthers down," and those memories. And then to see that '86 team come, and there's several of those guys. I think there's probably 10 or 12 of those guys here in the room tonight on that '86 team. But the other part, I can remember the Cal Millers at Lures and the FIA cables at Dwenger, and just that whole time Fort Wayne football was at its finest. I remember the '83 Bishop Dwenger team that played in the state championship game, and those names, and I mean those are just great memories. That's what we grew up with, and those guys are held high on a pedestal of great players in Fort Wayne history.
Well, Coach, we want to talk about the heyday, mid to late 70s or early 80s into the early 90s, but it's continued. I mean, Northeast Indiana in general, but especially, Allen County, the SAC, it's rich in tradition. It hasn't slowed down a bit, in my opinion.
Well, interestingly, I was at the All-Star game this weekend in Indianapolis, and among coaches' meetings, they're very envious of this group going in, and coaches from around the state. Man, can you believe that group of 9 people going into the Hall of Fame? They're cognizant of exactly what you're talking about.
Yep.
They're great football and great football players and coaches that have come out of this area, that other people are jealous of, and certainly recognize the prominence of these names and these players.
Absolutely. Well, Coach, thank you so much for joining us. We've got another inductee on deck.
I don't think you want to arm wrestle him. I could tell you some stories about him, and his time at Southside. So I'll let him take the mic. But he was another great one.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Kurt Tittman from Snyder High. Thank you, Coach. Maura, get me a Sharpie, please. No Sharpie.
So now we got the Southside legend.
Oh, my man. Good, Bernard. Good to see you. Did he sign this?
Yeah.
I'll take it, sweetie. Thank you. Well, you met my daughter. She's my liaison.
She running around. She ain't playing no
got
games.
everybody lined up. You were like drifting over. I said, tackle him. You're going to have to be physical. She's strong enough.
Hey, I tell you what, man. She is not playing any games. Like, she was ready to fight Z. And look, we getting after it.
Autograph this if you would for me. This is a story I did with my brother when we came to see you play with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
You gave me these gloves, and I gave one to my brother. I've got one, and then, of course, the credential. I'm going to have this framed for my cave, so thank you, Bernard.
Man.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. It means so much to, I think, Northeast Indiana football.
I better be here.
Well, I mean, you would think so, but you never know. You're busy. You don't live here, right? You had to come home.
Yeah.
I guess if you wouldn't mind, Bernard, talk just a little bit about how, humbling this is to be part of this group and to be recognized as a Hall of Famer here in Region 3.
You know what? This is it's a blessing, Case. Literally when it came to me, the phone call, I was working out, and I was just like, yo, like, for real? Like, and I mean, I tell people all the time, I play the game of football to put fear into people.
Oh, yeah.
And I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun doing it. I didn't play for accolades, to be honest with you. I really didn't. And I just wanted to have fun. So to be able to, when I got that phone call, I didn't believe it, because I'm one of the ones where you don't believe it until you see it. Yeah, you could tell me all day long, but until I see, okay, wait, Bernard, you're in the Indiana High School Hall of Fame, and then I see something else, and then now I'm here. I'm like,
now you're here.
Oh, okay, well,
do you believe
real.
it now?
Yeah, I do. I believe it now. So it's truly a blessing. And I mean, for me, it hits different because obviously I played against Spence and Trey, and then played with Spence at Purdue. And to be able to hug that Joker, man, like I just gave him the biggest hug because, I mean, we fought against each other for so long, and then we fought together for so long, and this is crazy. This is fun.
Well, it's I know I can speak for Jeff. This is a special night for all of us. I mean, guys that have followed Northeast Indiana football. I mean, somebody like me that's been doing game night for 26 years, you know, and you guys, you know, coming over to the garage for photo shoots and whatnot, and this is a really, really special class. I mean, all these guys that played in the NFL, of course, Johnny Bright, you know, way overdue. For Johnny and his family, and then the Dorfler men. Talk a little bit, if you would, about just your time in Tennessee, what you're doing now, and maybe a little bit about the auto racing. I find that really fascinating, and I love following you on Twitter and seeing you banter, and you're just poking the bear, aren't you?
Oh man, look, Case. I mean, so you know, for me, just being in Tennessee, I'm close enough to home where I can get here, but I'm far enough away where family can't get to me if they wanted to.
And people
right?
like us can't bug you too much.
So I mean that's it's slow pace. It's, you know, for me, my wife, she loves it. She does CrossFit. She's into all of that, and she has her CrossFit girls that she is diehard with. And you know, I'm one of the ones where I thought about coming home. My wife looked at me and was just like, yeah, I don't know. I think I want to stay here. Because we've moved around. We've been to L.A., we've been to Houston, we've been to Baltimore, we've been to Kansas City twice. And being in Tennessee, it's just one of those things where, you know, I'm like, okay, cool, babe. You know, if you want to stay in Nashville, we'll stay in Nashville. So, you know, being there, that's obviously home. We have a 15, a 13, a 10, and a 7-year-old.
Oh, congratulations.
So, you know, my 15-year-old, he'll be a sophomore this fall. He plays football, and so pulling them away, you know, trying to go somewhere else, pulling them away from their friends and what they've been, you know, kind of soaked into, you know, that was a hard thing as well. But, man, just living life, training them, training other kids. I train DBs. You know, from grade school all the way to pro level. So we're doing that. You said something about NASCAR. So I'm with NASCAR. I'm actually signed with Ally. They cover the 48 car with Alex Bowman. So I have fallen in love. This is 3 years in now, and to be able to, you know, coming up in Indiana, I knew nothing about racing. I didn't know anything about any of that stuff. So for me, to be able to learn and to be able to soak it in and to be able to dive in and learn a new sport has just truly been amazing. And I mean, for everybody, you know, in the sport, the fans, the drivers, everybody, it's just been truly a blessing, truly a lot of fun. So, yeah, man, that's kind of what I'm doing.
All right, we're going to take a quiet break here as we have an opening prayer.
I think it's appropriate that we say grace before we eat. So if you could all bow your heads with me, please. Heavenly Father, we're extremely grateful for this evening, for a collection of people, long-time friends, family members, and just the people in the community that were able to come and celebrate. We're thankful for that. We thank you for all the commitment and the dedication and the abilities of all the players, coaches, family members, the wives, everybody in this room that has sacrificed over the years. We thank you for giving us all of that and for the blessings of it all. We pray that you allow us to enjoy the rest of this evening and bless this food to our bodies. In your name, amen.
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 Okay. Bernard, we just got another minute or so with you. Take us back to your Southside days and some of those memories. I tell stories all the time that when I saw you play personally, sideline, you wouldn't have just like one hit in a season or in a game. It would be in a series. You'd have multiple hits.
Right.
And you said yourself, and this is not the first I heard this, is like you wanted to instill fear in your opponents.
Yeah.
And you did. Where did that come from, that desire to play the game so physically?
You know what, Casey, just watching, I watched a lot of tape, Steve Atwater, watching Ronnie Lott, watching Rod Woodson, watching, Greg Lloyd, watching so many men play the game. And I grew up a Bears fan. So obviously I'm watching that Bears defense
Mike
get
Singletary.
after it. Mike Singletary. I mean, we going to be here all day. Y'all remember that? Like, that joker didn't play no games.
Yep.
Like, he was ready for it, in the thick of it, and was always, head first, ready to put it on the line for his team. And so I think that mentality, watching it, and then actually once I actually hit somebody, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm still alive, I'm still cool, I'm okay, and all this other stuff. Like, I was just like, oh, it's going down. And and I think, and a lot of people, I've talked to a lot of people about this, but, I played the game. I had anger in me as a young boy, just from things that I was, brought up in, and things that was happening at home. And, I played the game of football to stay away from home. And
did you let out that aggression on the football field?
I let it out on the field. And so, I really enjoyed the game. And I can honestly say I didn't fall in love with the game until my second year in the NFL.
Really?
Yes. I just enjoyed football. Football was an outlet, for me to let go.
Okay.
It was just and a lot of people, I tell, my young DBs, I tell them, like, you take this stuff, you enjoy this game, you fall in love with this game, so you can, because the game can do special things for you, as it's done for all of us. But that was it. And I mean, just, I tell people all the time, high school, playing at Southside, I remember our last game playing in Muncie Central, losing a close game, and I remember I was getting on a private jet to go to Purdue. Purdue played Ohio State, and I cried like a baby because I knew it was over.
That was a chapter.
Yes, and enjoy high school football, because you can't get this time back. And I'm telling my son, I'm preaching to him as I preach to other kids, like, this is the time where, you're on the field with these guys, you're watching these coaches, you're being taught by the coaches in the classroom, you're in the hallways with the your teammates, and you're just enjoying life. Like, this is where this is supposed to be fun, because
it's pure.
It's pure. And guys understand it's getting worse now, but college football is a job.
Now more so than ever.
Exactly.
Yep.
And so, enjoy high school ball, and I mean, playing here, playing for Southside, meeting people like yourself, man, it's really crazy. But those are memories. I will cut my high school film on before I cut anything else on, and just watch it, because I knew, like you said, it was pure.
Yes.
That's where I had the most fun, and that's just what it is.
Bernard, one more minute. Talk a little bit about the people that are here tonight to share in this celebration and this honor, and what that means to you.
Man,
on your behalf.
Yeah. So, of course, my wife, who's been the glue to our family, and my boys, my girls, my best friend Brian, who's like my brother, who is my brother. I shouldn't say that. He is my brother.
Nice.
And Coach Nolan. Coach Nolan and Karen. This is going to be a night where I try to get through it without crying, because obviously I wouldn't be here without all of the support, from them. My Aunt Loretta, my mom wasn't able to make it, but my Aunt Loretta, who has been like a mom to me since I was a baby, someone who I love dearly, who's representing our family, and who's it? Kim, who I call mom, that's Brian's mom, her and Jurgen, her husband.
You got a whole crew here.
I got a few people here, but just from my family to be able to see, I think, to my son, my oldest son, Jalen.
How cool for them to share in this.
Yes.
They're here tonight?
They're here.
Oh,
and
that's so neat.
I actually, he mad at me, but I wore his behind out. We worked out at Southside, and then we went over to St. Francis and did DB work.
You're not taking a day off, son.
Oh, yeah. No.
Right?
We ain't taking nothing off because when he go back tomorrow, we got to get it in tomorrow. He got to be ready for practice on Wednesday. So
Love it.
It's going down.
Isn't that great, Jeff?
Oh, absolutely. Great job, Casey. I think you got it covered. I was going to say, though, you remember that hit that Steve Atwater put on Christian Okoye.
Oh, yeah. Stopped him in his tracks.
Oh, my goodness. That was the hit of all, man.
Yes,
Second
sir.
to none.
Thank you, Bernard.
Appreciate you, Casey.
Pleasure.
Man. Thank you guys for
congratulations. You're very
Appreciate it.
deserving. Special night for everybody.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Bernard Pollard, former
Absolutely.
Southside standout, Purdue, and then, of course, in the NFL. Thank you, Bernard.
And Casey, his crew's the only crew. They all got the number 10 Pollard shirts on. I mean, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They're all matching. Look at this fella. Look how handsome he is. Vaughn, welcome to the program. I'm Casey O'Boyle. Here's a headset. Put that on for us if you wouldn't mind. And ladies and gentlemen, I have former Snyder standout, Vaughn Dunbar. Thank you. Look at that. Thank you for autographing that for me. That'll be in the cave.
No problem.
And Vaughn, of course, starred at Snyder High and ran by and over people to a heck of a high school career. And then, of course, was a Heisman finalist and had a great career at IU and then in the NFL as well. Vaughn, congratulations on this induction. So glad you could make it tonight. What does this mean to you?
Well, I'm getting my flowers. All the hard work and dedication to the sport, and it feels amazing to know that you'll be recognized for all that hard work and dedication for forever.
Mm-hmm. Is it special that it's high school, that it's Snyder, that it's Fort Wayne? Is it more special because that's where a lot of this started for you as a football player?
Absolutely. I come home for an event like this because of that.
Mm-hmm.
This is who deserves the opportunity to really see and hear from me and understand, the man that I've become since then, and more than Fort Wayne. I mean, this is my home. I'm elated to be back and receive these accolades.
I was on the sideline at Bishop Dwenger for some of your exploits, and I got to see you run over and around and by some of my friends and cohorts, and so I got to see you firsthand. And then, of course, I was an IU grad, and I worked at the Herald Times in Bloomington and got to see you up close and personal there as well. So I've always followed your career and always been a big, big fan. Vaughn, talk about being part of this class. I mean, I don't know if there's ever been an induction class like the class of 2023 with all this, history here, from Johnny Bright to the Dorfler men and all these former NFL guys. This has got to be really, really special.
It is. And again, it's truly an honor to be one of the guys that were chosen to be inducted, especially like you said from this class. It's a lot of talent that comes from here, and this speaks volumes. I mean, for the product that Indiana produces, it's plenty of talent here. To be able to be here and be a product of Fort Wayne, and here, see, I'm one of the older guys. I got the opportunity to hear certain things about these guys as well, but I was already gone and kind of heading into the major part of my career, and it would always allow me to stick my chest out,
Fort Wayne guys.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. So it's truly an honor. It's truly an honor to be being inducted, with a class like this, and I'm sure. Matter of fact, I was here a couple weekends ago, briefly, and got the opportunity to go visit my the park that I initially started playing ball at, the midget Metropolitan Football League.
Okay.
That's the
cool.
You know, that's where I started everything. And there's just so much talent out there, and I know for a fact that in the next few years you'll be interviewing those guys too, some of those guys as well.
Yeah,
so
it's fertile. Northeast Indiana is a fertile ground for football, and really always has been. And there are years, Jeff and I talk about this every year with Game Night, with Summit City Sports, and now Around the Fort, our podcast. We'll be like, people will come up and say, it's a down year. You hear it every year. The talent just seems to have dried up. And we look at each other like, no, I don't think so. And invariably, it's every single year. The guys just keep coming. They keep working harder. And now it's branching out to schools outside of the SAC, to Leo and Columbia City and East Noble and, all over. It keeps growing. And I really believe it's because of guys like yourself and former coaches and people that have invested and, kind of laid the groundwork for the future. Take us back to some of those Snyder memories, Vaughn, if you would, and maybe even that heartbreaker against Carmel.
Well, let's speak on the investment.
Sure.
It's major to me because of my upbringing and my road to success starting here in Fort Wayne. There's a lot of people that's responsible for my success, and I always recognize that. Matter of fact, it was probably that's what fueled me to become the athlete that I did, because of the love and the way Fort Wayne wrapped his arms around me. And
are you talking coaches, teachers, mentors, family, all of the above?
Broad,
yeah,
all the above.
Yep.
Because and that's the thing that I want to convey today. It takes a family. It takes a village. Because as a kid, you don't have all your ducks in a row.
Right.
You don't know what's around the corner.
We think you probably got it all figured out when you're 16 years old, don't you?
Absolutely. So to have people take a personal interest in you, like my fans and friends and people that were mentors here for me, to take a personal interest in me like they did, that fueled my energy when I got on the football field. There were people that were counting on me. There were people that had faith in me. And there were people that, just supported me to the utmost. And me, I'm the type of guy, if you overextend extend yourself with me and show me that you really give you care about what happens to me, I'm gonna pay you that back.
Right.
I'm gonna give you that back, whether it be, in a sense, let's say to Snyder. Snyder did so much for me, and I'm very thankful for the fact that I was able to go to Snyder. I don't think it would have worked the way it did at Snyder anywhere else.
Interesting.
And I really believe that, because Coach Mike Hawley and staff, wow.
Oh, gosh. I'm getting chills just hearing you say it.
Wow. Just trust me on that. A kid that had no direction. When you have people jump out the woodworks and just jump behind you, support you, have faith in you, and guide you in the right direction, because, again, you don't have all the answers.
Right.
And we depend on our elders to
guide you.
Absolutely. And there's an abundance of that here. And that I have to attribute a lot of my success to that.
Vaughn, we got about another minute left. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it sounds like you took that with you to IU, because Indiana football was its best when you were there. Just talk about your time there and kind of the respect that IU football had around the Big Ten and around the country.
Well, as you know, Indiana really wasn't noted to be like one of the powers in football in the Big Ten. In the beginning, when I initially started being recruited, that to me that mattered. But like I said, I had no idea that making a decision to attend IU would be more rewarding than just picking a school to attend because of their legacy or the amount of athletes, the amount of bowl games or whatever. None of that mattered. What ended up being ultimately the most rewarding for me is the fact that I did stay home. Indiana, just as Fort Wayne, took a personal interest in me. And at the end of the day, I could have went anywhere in the country that I wanted to, but it was different. Indiana, because I was because I was a product of Indiana, went over and beyond, what I expected them to do. And there was no question or doubt in my mind where I wanted to be. Choosing to go to Indiana was very rewarding because I had the opportunity and the ability to still continue, performing and playing for my home. People from Fort Wayne could easily go up the road and still continue to support me and see me, and that was important to me.
You won some games there too. You were part of some really good teams. IU football, let's face it, hasn't had a ton of success, the last 40 years. You were part of some really, really stellar teams for the Hoosiers.
Well, I really appreciate that, and that's how I began to address that question. We ended up, because it was a lot of guys on that team that were just average guys.
Mm-hmm.
But, you could take a bunch of average athletes, and if you mix them up and you get the right chemistry, and you can create whatever you want. You could be as successful as you want to be. It's not, it wasn't, at the end of the day, again, it's not the legacy of the sport at that school, that university. It's, what you make of it at the time.
Right.
And obviously, it's not a individual sport.
Right.
So I would never sit here and say I'm the guy that allowed Indiana to be as successful in football as they were when I was there. It was the chemistry. It was the guys that
all the parts.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
It was the guys that hearts.
You still look like you can play, doesn't he?
Yes.
I mean, you look great, Vaughn.
Well, I appreciate.
Yeah,
that.
I think if we need a 38 sweep and we need a couple tough yards, we're going to go. We're going to give you the rock. Jeff, take a picture of me with Vaughn if you would, real quick. Thank you, Vaughn, for joining us tonight. What a pleasure. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations again.
Thank you for having me.
This is well deserved.
I
Thank you, Vaughn.
that, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Vaughn Dunbar, former Snyder standout.
Wow.
Former IU standout, of course, spent some time in the league, and what a real treat that was, Jeff, to have him with us. Maura, our last but not least is this big, handsome fella, former Harding standout, and then Northwestern, and of course, kind of made a name for himself with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And he's exchanging pleasantries right now with Vaughn Dunbar. But in a second here, Trey Essex will be joining us, and then we'll close out our interviews. And then, Jeff, the event will start.
I don't know about you, Casey, but that's like the godfather of football in the 260. I mean,
Looks
listening
great.
to Vaughn Dunbar, wow.
No, that was huge. Trey, my man, Casey O'Boyle, good to see you. Yeah, and Jeff Mahoney here from Summit City Sports.
Hey, Trey.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Here's a headset if you put this on for us. We got just 5 or 6 minutes. You look handsome as ever. Vaughn looks, my man, he's got some serious threads, doesn't he?
Don't he?
Man, I feel underdressed.
I know, right?
Well, it was so good to see you. This is close to your era.
Close.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you for autographing that.
No problem.
That'll go in the cave for Around the Fort where we promote high school football. But let's talk a little bit about tonight and your induction into the IFCA a Region 3 Hall of Fame. It's got to be special.
It is special, and it's something that was totally unexpected. And when I got the call, I actually heard it on voicemail. I was like, what is this? Somebody playing a prank on me? Like,
is it April 1st?
I know, right? It was quite the surprise. And once I heard the list of guys I'll be going in with, it was super humbling because I looked up to all these guys I played against, Bernard and Anthony, and I know what type of players they were. So for me to be thought about in the same light truly is an honor.
For sure. And then, you got somebody like Johnny Bright, legendary. I'm sure you're getting to know more about him. We'll hear more tonight.
Right.
The Dorfler brothers, synonymous, I think, that name with high school football in this area.
Youth, yeah.
Yeah, and then all these other guys. I mean, this is a special class.
It is.
It's got to be somewhat humbling, but by the same token, you deserve it. You've earned it. You belong in this class, Trey. You are a Fort Wayne legend.
It's still kind of hard to wrap my mind around that, but I truly am excited, and more than anything, my kids are here, and so they get to see.
Cool.
Yeah, I had retired already, and so they never saw me play before my oldest was born, and so they know how to Google stuff now,
Sure.
and they look up stuff,
search some stuff up.
They talk about my dad is on Google. He played in the NFL, but now for them to see that I'm actually getting honored for some of my deeds in high school and all the way through college in the NFL is pretty cool.
They're here tonight?
Yes.
Okay. You talk about them and your other family members and friends who are here tonight to support you.
Of course, my parents are here, Donald and Kimberly Essex.
Beautiful.
Obviously, my biggest supporters. My Uncle Tommy and his wife, Aunt Ann, are here, as well as I got some friends that are essentially extended family that I grew up with that have been there every step of the way.
Okay.
And obviously, my beautiful wife and my 3 kids, Amaya, Ava, and Jordy, 11, 9, and 6. They're here. They're excited. I hope they don't get bored. I know it's going to be a couple of hours of people talking about football and stuff, but they seem to be pretty geeked about it, and so that makes me even more excited.
I'm sure they're absorbing it for sure, and they may not fully appreciate it tonight, but they certainly will.
Right. That's
down
the
the
hope.
road. Jeff, what do you got?
And to be able to come back to Fort Wayne, you can show off the Super Bowl ring. I mean, that's got to feel good, too.
You got it on?
I got it on, yeah.
Oh, let's get a picture of
that.
that.
Got to bring the bling out, man.
Oh, let's get a picture of that. My goodness. Do you have 2 of those?
I do. I only wear the big one, though, because the other one, pales in comparison. And it seems awfully gaudy to wear 2 Super Bowl rings, but I guess I earned it, so.
Well, that's a beauty. Which one is this?
This is 2008, actually. You want to hold it?
Yeah, I do. Oh, my mercy.
I
don't know. I think my hand would, grow muscles from just wearing this thing. Holy mackerel,
too, Jeff. Take a
Feel
gander.
that sucker.
Let
me get a picture of that.
Holy cow.
Let me get a picture of it, Jeff.
So
let me zoom in on that.
That was 2008. That was the Santonio Holmes toe tap catch in the back of the end zone, the James Harrison
We appreciate
100-yard
that.
return.
Yeah, that is so awesome. Now, if you happen to leave this here tonight, I promise you I'll take good care of it in my cave.
I know a lot of people in the city of Fort Wayne. They'll come and get it.
They'll find me one day.
They'll find you, yeah.
Hey, Trey,
Yes.
and playing for Harding, I mean, I played against Harding in the middle 90s with Tavar Baskerville
man,
and just
yeah.
some of the greats, Ivory Bryant. But you guys just really had a great legacy there. Austin Coleman.
Yes.
Selman Lyman.
Reggie.
Dre
Reggie
Muhammad.
Smith.
Reggie Smith.
Yeah.
So many great players. Just talk about your time at Harding. Obviously, it's not there right now, but just the pride you guys had.
So, funny story, I wasn't even planning on playing football when I got to Harding. I consider myself a basketball player, and I was 6'5" as a freshman, but that's where it stopped. I started growing this way instead of this way. So, but Robert Brown, he was a linebacker that ended up playing at IU.
Yep.
Yeah, he was a junior when I was a freshman. He was like, if you don't get your big butt out on this football field and do something with that size, and so that kind of, I'm not going to back it down from a challenge, but that was a team. We made it to semi-state my freshman year, and so I thought that was the standard. I knew they had success the previous year, but we had Chris Smiley at quarterback. We had Sean Casey, Allen Ganaway, Quincy Bright. We had a three-headed monster at running back. We had Jamarcus Gorman at left tackle,
Early
Jason
years
Brown
of
at
game
right
night.
tackle. Yeah.
Yep.
So we had some dogs, and so I had to step up right away as a freshman and earn my keep because I didn't want to let anybody down. And we had high standards for that team. Coach Cooley, great coach down. I think he's down at New Albany or Jeffersonville.
Southern Indiana.
Yeah. Great coach. We had 3 offensive plays, and we ran them to
I remember.
perfection.
Yeah.
Guard right, play action pass right, and like a dive, and maybe a sweep, maybe 4 plays. But
Oh,
Yeah,
no, that
we-
was his claim to fame. I mean,
Yeah.
he made no bones about it. We're just going to run these 3 or 4 plays, and we're going to run them really well.
Yeah.
And stop us.
Yeah, and people had a hard time doing it. But we went against some pretty tough teams. I mean, Dwenger was always tough back then, and then Snyder, obviously perennial state contenders every other year. And so, but Harding was right up there. We deserved to be up there with the big boys, and I had a blast. I had a great high school experience.
Absolutely.
Well, Trey, the ceremony is going to start at 7 o'clock. I think we are out of time.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
That's
so
what
much.
happens when you show up
Listen,
late, right?
No, you're good. Next time, maybe in the fall, you're in Fort Wayne, we're going to get you down to the cave.
Oh, yeah. I
And
would love to do
we'll
that.
give you pizza. We'll order an extra pizza for you.
Extra pizza.
With
From
extra
Lexi's.
toppings, whatever. Well, no. We've got a sponsor.
Oh.
B. Antonio's.
Okay, I've never had this before.
Oh, that's
It's-
good. You'll
it's
like
the
it.
best in
Okay.
town.
Okay.
Trust
I'm gonna
me.
take your word on it.
Trust me. I mean, you're.
No.
But I'm working hard on the pizza.
I got that. I got that with you, boss.
Thank you, Trey.
No problem.
Ladies and
Trey,
gentlemen,
thanks so much for
Jeff.
joining us.
Yep,
Trey
no problem.
Essex, former Harding grad, Northwestern, and of course the Pittsburgh Steelers, 2 rings.
Yes.
Congratulations, Trey, on
Thank you.
tonight's induction. You
Thank
deserve it.
Appreciate it, Casey.
All right.
Appreciate
Absolutely.
Okay, ladies and gents, we're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, the ceremony should be starting shortly.
Yeah, Casey, we're going to get this camera in position, and we'll be
Thank
back.
you, Trey. Thank you, Trey. Good to see you, my man. and welcome back, everybody, to Around the Fort, our special edition here in at Gagline's Reception Hall here on the east side of Fort Wayne. Jeff, wow, what a fantastic group that we just interviewed. I mean, not only the inductees, but guys like, Dean Pantazzi and Eddie Nolan, Coach Kurt Tittman, Coach Andy Johns. I mean, that was a lot of fun. I mean, we kind of had to just wing it. Thank you to our special assistant, Maura, my daughter, because I don't think we could have done it quite as efficiently or effectively as we did. Now, maybe it wasn't as efficient or effectively as I think it was, but it sure felt like it was pretty seamless.
No, it was great. And honestly, all those guys, I feel like we would have had an hour with them, like we do with Around the Fort every single week during the fall. Trey, I felt like we were just scratching the surface there. And obviously this event, the induction part's supposed to start at 7, but this is a great atmosphere. I mean, this place is packed.
It's
People
hopping.
are still going up and getting their food.
Yep.
And it definitely is a who's who. And you heard Coach Tittman talk about it earlier in today's show, where around the state, they're in awe of this induction class.
For sure. And I think we knew deep down inside. I remember I reached out to you a few months ago when I kind of got pulled into this operation and said, hey, Jeff, July 19th, Monday, what are your thoughts on this whole deal? And can you be part of this with Around the Fort? And you're like, yeah, Casey, no doubt about it. And I'm so glad that we committed to it. It's been a lot of work. Thank you for everything you did tonight, coming over, this afternoon and setting up. But I think it's worth doing. I mean, it truly is a who's who of Fort Wayne. Paul, can you join us? Do you have time now? Okay. Why don't we go ahead and – oh, well, thank you, Paul. Right now, I think it's important that we spend a little time right now with Coach Paul Sade from Cherubusco, who truthfully, I don't know if you have a title with this whole thing or not, but he should be known as the maestro at the very least, because he has been the guy behind the scenes, Jeff, with the Region 3 committee, putting all this together for the last 13 months. Is that accurate, Coach?
Yeah, it's been about, and there's been we have a really good committee, a really good group of people from the area. A lot of Fort Wayne guys that coaches and media personalities and retired coaches. This is it's been about 8 years since make sure you eat. Make sure you eat. She's done an awesome job, by the way.
Yes, she has.
She's been very patient. So, it's a big event. It's been about 8 years since we've done one of these, and we wanted to resurrect it. And what a phenomenal evening this has been. But it wouldn't happen if there weren't a lot of people involved in pulling the weight and contacting people. I think 5 of the 9 inductees do not live in the state of Indiana. So to get them here not only is a big commitment for them and their families to make the trip, but also it's a big deal that we have people that can contact them and get them here. So.
And pull them in and make them feel guilty and everything else. But I tell you what, Jeff, Paul has been instrumental. This doesn't happen without all his efforts. I know he doesn't want to hear that. He doesn't. But I'm being honest with you. The emails, the meetings, the choreography behind the scenes, none of this happens without somebody taking the lead. And Coach Paul Sade from Cherubusco has been that guy. So thank you, Coach. I mean, I've been honored just to be a small part of this from the very beginning.
You've been a big part of it, and we appreciate your efforts. So
well,
thank you.
It's very humbling, and I know Jeff feels the same way. We were excited that Around the Fort could stream the entire thing and kind of document. This is a historical night. And to your point, to have all these guys come back,
it's amazing.
Do you look at this group and just think in awe? What a special night!
It is a phenomenal group of not just men, but football talent, and it kind of speaks volumes about our region. Region 3 is like the greater Fort Wayne area, and this is a pretty good sample of the talent and from the coaching ranks and the playing ranks of what Fort Wayne and the surrounding areas have to offer. So it's a pretty special night, to be honest with you.
Well, I know I caught you in midstream cutting by, and I'm sure you got other things to do. When do you think we'll start the actual event here?
I think we're getting ready to do that right now. We're kind of waiting for everybody. It looks like every table's been fed served, and you guys need to get something to eat too. I don't know if you got time to.
Well, we might do it at the end.
Okay.
No worries.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Coach.
Hey, no, thank you.
You've done a great job. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Coach Paul Sade from Cherubusco High School. Again, Jeff, Paul has just been, I can't begin to tell you how much he's done behind the scenes. I know as much as he's glad to see this night come and go, I'm sure, because it's been hanging. It's just he's also, it's like Christmas Day to him because he's put so much into it, and certainly the Region 3 area owes him a debt of gratitude.
Yeah, and Casey, what can we kind of expect with this event going forward? I mean, is this an every year thing? Is this an every 4 years?
I think it'll be an every 2-year thing, truthfully. Since they're still playing catch-up because they were off like 8 years, they're going to do another class for 2024. And my understanding is that's going to be turned around pretty quickly, probably here by the end of the month. So myself and Dean Pantazzi and all the coaches on the Region 3 board are going to vote on that, get nominations and vote on it, get that next class set up. And then the plan is, according to Coach Sade, is to shut things down for football season so we all can catch our breath. And then reconvene probably after Thanksgiving and start putting the pieces together for another event, maybe here again at Gagelines. They've been wonderful, and hopefully we can stream it again. From there, Jeff, it should be a 2-year cycle, assuming somebody's taking the lead. And I'm sure at some point Coach Sade's going to want to pass the baton to somebody else because it's a lot of work, as you can imagine.
Are there any criteria that need to be met for the inductees? Are there certain things, or is it just their body of work? I mean, obviously, what we've seen on display today, every single one of these guys,
special group, yeah. No, I mean, it's the legendary. It's the who's who for sure. Off the top of my head, I don't know who that next grouping is going to be, but some of these younger guys for sure. I don't know if they have to be out of the league for so many years or retired or anything like that. So I don't know if, like, let's say a Drew Tranquil is eligible yet. I don't know the variables on that. My gut tells me it's going to be the guys that are a little bit older than him and Jalen Smith, some of the guys that are even
Rod
older.
Smith.
Right, even older than those guys. Maybe that middle class and maybe not as old as Bernard and Trey and Anthony, but that next group down is my hunch. But there's always a handful that aren't in for some reason, inexplicably, like a Johnny Bright. That's just a head scratcher. For whatever reason, he wasn't in there. And I think at some point here recently, somebody did a little research and said, wait a second. How's this guy not in there with his story? And I don't know about you, but I'm so looking forward to hearing more about him tonight from, his presenters. And then, of course, Dean Pantazzi, the MC of the event, kind of alluded to a few things that he was going to talk about. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And, I encourage people to just stay tuned and watch what unfolds tonight, because this for Northeast Indiana football, for Region 3, Fort Wayne, the 260, formerly the 219, right?
Yeah.
This is a special night. And I know I'm speaking for you and around the fort when I say that we're honored and humbled to be part of it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Bree Johnson, the presenter for Johnny Bright, I guess I'm not old enough to really know. I didn't know all the history behind it, but wow, this seems like a movie eventually is going to be made on his career, his legacy, and kind of what he's meant to this country as a whole.
Yeah, there are some documentary-type videos out there, Jeff, and I encourage people to search some of that up. Just Google and go to his Wikipedia site or page, and it talks about his career. The civil rights component there it's very profound. He's truly a trailblazer, and what he went through and how he carried himself and how he rose above it was remarkable.
Yeah, Casey, we're going to wrap this up and send it over to Dean.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here. This is the first time we have done one of these in 8 years, and there's a reason for why we have such a star-studded lineup. We kind of missed having these things for a few little while, and we had some making up to do. And I know one of my cohorts in the media, when they got first look at this list, they said, "Really? That many? And all those guys?" Yeah. And there's probably even more than that we can do. But in successive years from now, there'll be a few less. But you had to get this many because we had so many deserving people, and we are honoring 9 of them today, or tonight, I should say. Now, first item of business, we want to acknowledge all the Hall of Famers already in who are here tonight. So those of you who are, please stand. I know a few of you are. Well-deserved applause. And as I said, this has not happened in 8 years, and in that interim, 4 members from this region who are in the Hall of Fame have passed, and we want to make note of them tonight. Kirk Sorg, the longtime head coach at South Adams, who had a very nice long career there. Buzz Dorfler, just recently, with his time at Central and then at Northrop as the first head coach there back when they opened the doors. Fred Tone, who coached football and then has also coached his first love, wrestling. And I still can hear Fred in my voice. That's not a good Fred, but it's the best I can do. And last but not least, Leland Etzler. And I know Lee is here. Glad to have you here, sir. We're remembering your dad as well. So let us take a moment of silence to remember those 4 gentlemen, and we will proceed from there. And we thank you. And we thank you, too. All right. We will get to the order of business, and we have 9 individuals who I say are probably, in some cases, long overdue, in some cases just a little bit overdue, and just others just due. And we start with the one who is the longest overdue. When I was brought on by the coaches to, we were figuring the names out, who we were going to put on, who we needed to nominate. And I took one list and says, look at the list. Where's Johnny Bright? And they all looked at me and said, yeah, we need to do that one now. And as of tonight, we are. He is the one gentleman that in my time here, I was not able to see play because even I wasn't around when he was starting his time. But having seen video that's available and then looking at the numbers and then hearing the stories, this was a gentleman that was one of the greats. At Central, where he ran football, basketball, and track. At Drake, where he was an All-American in football. He's a Canadian Football League Hall of Famer. I don't know how we would have missed it for this, but it's astounding in all phases that we did until now, and it's good that we did it. And I just kind of have to wonder if times were different now than they are then, and we had the times of now, if this gentleman wouldn't have had a career that put himself in Canton. And I think we could all pretty much agree on that. So to do the really way it should be done introduction to Johnny Bright, we have his granddaughter, Bree Johnson.
Wow, I've only ever seen you on the news before. This is exciting. I'm honored. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bree Johnson, and I'm the youngest granddaughter of John Bright. On behalf of myself and the entire Bright family, including my Auntie Candy, who's in Edmonton, and my mother, Deanie, who's here tonight, and who celebrates her birthday tomorrow, we'd like to thank you all for this incredible honor. It also doesn't feel great to know that no matter what I give my mom for her birthday tomorrow, it's not going to be as good as this, so thanks for that. So I realize I'm in a unique position tonight as I'm probably the only person who's introducing somebody they didn't get to meet in person. My grandfather died young. He died 7 years before I was born. So while I never had the opportunity to meet him in person, his incredible legacy has provided me the opportunity to learn from and be inspired by him every single day. Growing up, my grandfather had pictures, awards, and plaques all over the house. My grandmother did, excuse me. And I was constantly hearing stories about him as a husband, a father, a brother, an uncle, and a teammate. So I'm going to do my best to paint you all a portrait of him, not just as an athlete, but as a person. Tonight, he's being honored as a pioneer in the history of Indiana football. Because of what we all learned in school, most of us probably associate pioneers with raccoon hats and the Oregon Trail, and Worst case scenario in that game, you caught scurvy because you're too cheap to buy oranges, and best case scenario, you made it to a new territory where you knew no one. And that's what I think about my grandpa when he went to college. In the summer of 1948, he boarded a train with a one-way ticket to Des Moines. He had 3 suitcases with him, gifted to him by his grandparents, and I love this part, he had a brown paper bag full of his favorite fried pork chops. Now you may ask yourself, why would one of the top athletes in the state head to Iowa to attend college? Despite leading his team to a city football championship in 1947 and 2 consecutive appearances in the state Final Four for basketball, he wasn't recruited in state. Purdue didn't return calls to his coaches. Indiana already had enough black running backs. And Notre Dame, despite receiving a 3-page summary of his numerous athletic accomplishments, told his high school coach to call them back when he wasn't black. I know. With no in-state options, his life as a pioneer began. First, he went to Michigan State. After having his off-campus apartment vandalized 4 times in as many months, he no longer felt comfortable on campus, and he decided to come back to Fort Wayne. It was here where a family friend told him about a small private school in Iowa, where fellow black athletes had found safety and success, not just on the field, but also in the classroom. So my grandfather accepted a track scholarship there under 2 conditions. First, he wanted an opportunity to try out for the football team, and secondly, he wanted to major in education. After his mandatory year as a redshirt freshman, my grandpa was able to try out for the football team, and he received a spot on the bench. The first game of the season, with 5 minutes left in the first half and the team with a comfortable lead, my grandpa played his first down with Drake football. The rest, as they say, is history. He went on to finish his collegiate career with 5,983 yards of total offense. I cannot even do that in Madden football. In a testament to his character, he left his final game with 1 quarter left to ensure that every senior was able to play a down in their final game. He only needed 17 yards to get 6,000 total yards of offense, and he left the game so his fellow players could play it down. I don't know about you guys, but I'm going for the 17 yards. In his professional career, he achieved a 3-peat with the Edmonton Elks, 32 years before Pat Riley invented and trademarked the term while coaching the Lakers. He retired the CFL's all-time leading rusher, averaging 5.6 yards a carry. Jim Brown averaged 5.2. Despite his impressive statistics on the field, my grandfather remained most proud of what he accomplished in his career as a teacher, coach, and eventually a high school principal. He became one of the first black principals in Canada. He received his master's degree in education from the University of Alberta, and he was working on his doctorate in psychology when he passed away. In the years since his death, he has had 2 schools named in his honor. The John Bright School in Edmonton, Alberta, where he made his home after leaving Fort Wayne, and most recently, the John D. Bright College at Drake University. I'm happy to announce that this past May, their inaugural cohort graduated 26 students with ages ranging from 20 to 68, including a mother and her son. The mission of the college is to graduate first-generation college students, the underdogs, who, like my grandfather, have often been overlooked and counted out. Here to give you more detail about my grandfather and accept the award on his behalf is my older sister, Maura Johnson.
They have split the duties on this, and that's kind of neat that they are doing that. And hang on a second. Wrote it down. Okay, there we go. I knew I had it somewhere. And another granddaughter will step now and forward to accept the induction. And Mara Johnson, it is up to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I really want to thank the IFCA for recognizing my grandpa. When my mom asked me if I wanted to give the thank you speech at the High School Football Hall of Fame, I was a little taken aback. My grandpa, I've never met him. He passed away 2-3 months before I was born. And in tonight's class, there's a couple of guys I went to college with. And so, my grandpa who played back in the 50s and guys that were in college with me in the 2000s, better late than never. And that's what I really appreciate. My sister told you a little bit about my grandpa's history. I really feel like it's a story, I mean, it's important to me, but it's a story that to me is beyond belief. A couple years back, the New York Times had an opportunity to recognize unsung heroes who deserved, an obituary in the New York Times. And I'd heard all about my grandpa growing up, but I never really did the research on my own. And so, I started doing my research. I'm an analytical person. I need data. And as I'm reading, I'm seeing that he was, leading the nation in offense. He led the nation in offense, the NCAA in 1949, 1950. And then let's go to a moment in 1951. Drake was up 5-0 on the season. 7 minutes into the game, my grandpa was hit in the jaw. They called it a forearm smash. His lower jaw was broken. At that time, he was in the running for the Heisman. He was the first African American to be leading the nation as a Heisman prospect. Those prospects were cut short after that game. But even with the broken jaw, he went back into the game and threw a 61-yard touchdown pass. And that was his second to last game in college. He ended up 5th in the Heisman running that year. In 1954, he was the first-round draft pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. Had he opted to play in the NFL, he would have been the first black player for the Philadelphia Eagles. It's kind of crazy. He was 5th overall in the draft that year. But because of everything he experienced, he went on to the Canadian Football League and had a great career there. My sister touched on some of his accomplishments. He went on to be in the Hall of Fame there, and more important though, he left a legacy, not just in football. After he retired, I guess in those days they may not have paid as much as they pay now. So after he retired, he became a high school principal. There's schools named after him, as my sister mentioned. There's, a lot of people, you hear about the impact that my grandpa left, the legacy that he left. It goes beyond football. And so bringing it full circle, I really appreciate that Fort Wayne, his hometown, is now honoring him. My grandpa is a native of Fort Wayne, a son of Fort Wayne. And so even if it comes later than a lot of other recognition, better late than never. And I really appreciate you guys for letting my grandpa's legacy live on. Thank you, everyone.
Do we leave the induction now? All at the end. All right. We will take care of that and move on. Now, we move on to all the guys I actually were able to see play, and I really wish I could have seen your grandfather play. Jason Baker was a very good athlete at Wayne. Rose at Iowa as their punter and really found his niche in football with that. So much so that he would carve out a career in the NFL with 6 different teams. If you know punters, they move a lot, and he would be the one that could tell you that firsthand. But he was always very good at what he did. One of those teams for a short time was the Indianapolis Colts. He did a great job there. Remember going down, he was one of the athletes, and a number of these guys were talking to tonight. I would go down and get on the sideline. It was a lot easier. The Colts would never let you on their sideline. But if you were the visiting team, you could sit on the visiting team sideline. For my case, that was perfect because that's who I came to see. So I was able to get my shots of them on the sideline, get my shots of them, and it all worked out well. And Jason and I talked afterwards, and I still remember that he held a family dinner so that he would talk to me out in the parking lot. I remember that, buddy, and I appreciate the fact that you did that. Probably the biggest thing I remember about Jason, though, is what he did after football in his hometown, organizing those camps for kids and doing it in an interesting way where he made them do some community service on the weekend of the camp, and they would earn their spot in that camp, and then they would go on and enjoy the camp. Had not seen that done before, and it was kind of cool. And another thing that would impress you about Jason, the times he went overseas into battle zones to visit our troops. Jason will be introduced in a much more formal and informative way by Kurt Tippmann.
Good evening. Thank you, Dean. Welcome to the Hall of Fame class of 2023. Visiting with everybody through dinner really gives you goosebumps. Somebody that's from Fort Wayne and grew up watching some of these guys play, some of these guys coach, and then being involved in football in the Fort Wayne area, coaching, playing against some of these guys, really in awe of the greatness that's in this room tonight. So welcome, thank you to the families, friends, and just fans of Fort Wayne football. What a great evening. It's my honor to introduce to you tonight our second Hall of Fame inductee, Jason Baker. Jason grew up in Fort Wayne on the south side of town, the Waynedale area, attended Wayne High School, and was a typical kid and played a lot of sports as a young kid. I think in knowing Jason, had a prominent impact on his life when he played Wildcat as a young athlete. And Wildcat baseball, many of you are familiar with the Wildcat baseball program, one of the gems of Fort Wayne, of the Fort Wayne community. But played soccer as a youth, and then and baseball. Baseball was probably his love. He would say, heard him talk many times about his affection for baseball. But attended Wayne High School, and as a young freshman, this is coming from one of his coaches, snot-nosed freshman, kind of thought he was pretty good, had the white gloves, he was a receiver, affectionately known as the prima donna position. I don't think we're inducting any receivers tonight, right? Bernard, Bernard doesn't think highly of receivers, do you? He did not treat receivers well. So we're not inducting any receivers, but his coach described it, he's walking off the receiver group area. They had just got done playing some 7-on-7, and Coach Moore was working with the kickers, and Jason kind of walked over and said, "What are you guys working on?" I think I could do that. And Dave let him kick a few times, and the rest is history, as they say. Had a great, successful career at Wayne High School. Wayne, 1995 state champions. Jason was a prominent player on that team. And had a great career at Wayne as a receiver and did the kicking duties. But he will tell you, burns him, that he was only a second-team all-conference player. Something to do with some guy from Snyder, right? Something to do with that. So it kind of burns him. The kicking thing, he figured out was pretty good. And that, along with his baseball prowess, took him to the University of Iowa. And there he was a two-sport athlete, which is very rare even today, but rare then as well. Baseball athlete and a football player for then Coach Hayden Fry. Iowa, one of the great programs in the Big Ten. Did punting for him as a freshman. In fact, was the special teams MVP of the bowl game that Iowa played in his freshman year. And then went on to kick for Iowa and punt for Iowa for 4 years. Left the University of Iowa as the #1 ranked punter in the history of Iowa football in punts and yards punted. Ended with a 41.3 career average and had a great career for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Left Iowa, and as typical with special teams kickers and punters, signed as a free agent in the NFL, signed with the Philadelphia Eagles after being undrafted in 2001, and then went on his journey of several teams with the 49ers, again with the Philadelphia Eagles, the Kansas City Chiefs, as Dean mentioned, had a stint with the Indianapolis Colts, and the Denver Broncos in 2004, and then finally found a home with the Carolina Panthers in 2015, where he spent the majority of his career. 12 NFL seasons, 6 different teams, led the NFL 2 times for number of punts during his season. Set every punting record for the Carolina Panthers franchise during his 7 years with the team. In 2007, signed a contract with the Panthers that made him the highest paid punter in the NFL, establishing him as one of the best kickers, one of the best punters in the NFL, and worthy of this Hall of Fame recognition. I first came to know Jason in 2008 at the end of his career and got to know him for what I think is a Hall of Fame post-career. And he brought a bunch of local coaches together to work with his first NFL junior player development camp. This was a grind. 2 weeks of middle school kids, full pads every day. But it was free of charge for these kids. And what a great experience for the youth in Fort Wayne. And I got to know Jason during that time, and he operated that camp for a couple years, and then it transitioned to the Pro Football Mini Camp and Coaches Clinic. And this operated for many years. But as Dean mentioned, kids that attended the camp was free of charge. Their only entrance requirement was to do a community service project on the first Saturday of the camp. And someplace in the local community we would go and do whatever that organization needed for that morning. And then the kids got to participate in the camp. And then a coaches clinic for all the coaches in the local area. He'd bring in nationally recognized speakers, college staffs, headliners that wouldn't just go anywhere. And it was free of charge for the coaches, giving back to his community. And then most recently has been the lead in organizing the Northeast Indiana Football Association, that really mission is to support and help in any way local youth football organizations as they continue to try to provide great football experiences to the youth football players in this community. So, it is with great honor that I introduce to you the Indiana Football Hall of Fame Class of 2023 inductee, Jason Baker.
I do not recall the story that coach and the prima donna and the white gloves, I do not recall the truth of that in any way. A couple thank yous to the IFCA. This is really cool. I was just thinking to myself, like looking at this group of people on this list, I don't know, somebody was joking about I'm being over humble. I don't associate myself with some of these guys. Like, this is crazy. There are generational talent in this room, of which I do not consider myself. But man, Vaughn, you and I have never met, but when I was young, if anybody's ever been to Wayne High School, there's a hill behind the field that on the home team side. You haven't actually played a football game if you haven't played it on the side of that hill, but we used to pretend we were Vaughn. So anyway, very grateful to be here. It's actually another really cool thing is my family's here, and my wife, who's sitting right there, Carol Lindsay, my daughter Marilyn, and my son Hamilton, don't know this version of me at all. So this is pretty cool. So thank you to them. Mom, Dad, thank you guys. 20 plus years of like highway side hotels and really, really cold benches. And unlike most of you guys, my family would go sit at games and realign their whole week after week for a 3-hour game, of which I might play 10 plays. And my team was actually trying to make me play less. And typically when I came off the field, having played a lot and done well, it meant we lost. So kind of a weird, but I appreciate you guys, love you guys for all the support. I got another thank you that I have to make. Dave, Dawn. When I think about coaching, in the impact of coaching, It's funny, the comment you made to me last night about what a coach actually is, that's probably worth talking about. Literally from the first time I kicked a ball with any intentionality of doing something with it, I had been kicking different things when I was younger. In fact, I think there was a story, was I in third grade at Maplewood Elementary School, and I guess I would go like off by myself, and I would just like take the playground balls and just smash them across the field, and they thought I was like depressed, so they sent me to counseling. This is true. This is 100. We had to go to like a social services thing, and like it. So I was trying to convey to them that this is not depression. This is called discipline, and I got plans. I don't. Anyway, but literally since the first time I ever kicked a ball with any idea of doing anything with it, to the very last time I did, which was I 16 till 36. I mean, that's a crazy investment in somebody that's. And what a luxury I had, and Dawn will be able to speak to this. By the way, they had 4 kids, and I would call Dave out of nowhere and be like, hey, I need to practice. And practice wasn't like around the corner. Practice might mean, hey, meet me in Muncie, or meet me in Carmel, or meet me wherever I am. And he'd jump in his truck, and he would meet me there. I've always told people he met me like ounce for ounce of investment in my career. I didn't need a video camera. Like I could practice all summer without a video camera because I had like a built-in video camera. He could just tell me what was going on, and he saw it the way I saw it. Yeah, but just having that like support model, that the space that I got to practice in every off season. I went through a lot of specials, go through some really intense roster battles, and most of mine I had won before the camp started, and it was because I had a resource like Dave and a routine that we went through, and it was interesting. Later in my career, people started gravitating around us in the off season and working. A lot of it had to do with the way he helped me. So, very grateful for you guys. Thank you very much. There is zero chance we're even talking about this story right now if y'all aren't there. Another good note is I actually ran into you one night, right? Didn't I? Coming home from a football game. Didn't I run in the back of your truck one night? So I haven't always done a good job of demonstrating appreciation. Apparently running in the back of your coach is in fact not a good way to do that. 2 things I want to say real quick. I'm 45. It's been 10 years since I played in a football game that mattered. The last ball I punted, I was at New Orleans. It was a really great punt, but I remember that really clearly. So it's been 10 years, and the further you get away from the locker room, I hope my guess is many of you in the room have experienced this. The further you get away from the locker room, the more you appreciate the real things you learn from that experience, which is largely a lot of my motivation for the other things that we try to do to support the kids here in the Allen County, Fort Wayne area. But 2 things that I truly value today more than anything that the game, I think, provided me. And the first one is my relationship with Christ. It was like football was just sort of a tool to have me go through experiences and be in relationships that solidified that. There's a quote by A.W. Tozer, I don't know if anybody read him, that talks about the most important thing about a man is what he thinks about when he thinks about Christ. And that was heavily indwelled, and there's some relationships that I have from my playing days that, looking back, like at the time it felt like it was about football, and now the further you get away from it, you realize it had a lot more to do with my spiritual life. So that's one thing. The second thing is this, and there's a plaque sitting over there. Russ, you're off the hook because I didn't bring it up here. Yes, there was some type of conspiracy my senior year. Was I even second team? What? I don't know. Oh, yes, okay. So this was given to me in front of a whole bunch of people in 2016, and it says, hereby named all-conference emeritus. So they were basically acknowledging, yes, there was a conspiracy, and we all were plotting against you to keep me from being all-conference. So my point of bringing this up is I wasn't an all-conference. I wasn't even an all-conference football player my senior year at Wayne. We were really good, and quite frankly, and somebody gave me a hard time earlier, like I was being hyper humble. I'm not. Like I wasn't even the greatest contributor to my high school team in this room. Virgil Tharp was probably a bigger problem for. Raise your hand, man. Virgil, like if you were an opposing coach, you were much more worried about Virgil Tharp. You didn't even maybe know who I was. But my point of this is the thing that I value a ton is I think football in the way that my career went demonstrated the value of progress over perfection. We all start in different places. We all have different tools. But like, I don't ever remember thinking, oh, I'm second team all conference or something. This is probably over. All I could really ever see was the trajectory I was on and the velocity I felt like I was on that trajectory. Kids have to feel that. Like if the game of football can provide that for people, we have to create an environment where these kids can feel that. That is one of the most significant things to me. The pursuit of excellence inside of that, realizing if I just show up every day and take a step forward, the reason that is so valuable is that is not unique to football. And so I'm fortunate, and Kurt mentioned it, I had a crazy first 3 or 4 years of my career. I was on 3 rosters in 1 year. I was on 3 rosters in 1 year and played against the teams I was on that same year multiple times. That's all true story. I literally played for the Chiefs, played for the Colts, played for the Broncos in one season, and was on other teams and played against those teams, even in the playoffs. Really, really weird. The following year, I led the league in most of the significant punting stats. I mean, I don't know. Was there any significant change in my skill? I don't remember that. The year later, they gave me this stupid contract to kick balls around. Like, it's bonkers, but being able to, like, actually be able to track a thing that said that I could objectively stand in front of a room of people and say I wasn't even, like, the most significant player in my high school, and later be able to say, there may not be anybody in the world better than me at this. And be able to say that story with straight face and be objective and not feel like you're boasting, like, that's a fun thing to know. But it's not getting there. That was the cool thing. It's the fact that I think I understand how to pursue excellence in a way that is replicable in other things in my life. And even more importantly, it's something I think we can help other people understand. And that's something I'm very motivated to do. I do need to take 2 minutes to stump for NIFA. I have to. And the reason I need to do that is I think everybody in this room probably values the youth in our community. And many of you guys have significant links to football. There are many guys in this room that have contributed to this work over the last 17, 18 years. I won't make you all raise your hand, but there's a bunch of you in here. I think there's a collective belief that the game of football may be our greatest tool to help build character into especially young men, but young women as well. It is a contracting game. That's just the facts. The thing we love and that have put us in this room, it is a contracting game. There was a bunch of options and there's a bunch of fear. But there are best practices and there are ways to push back against that. And so I think if I have a call to action tonight is if you don't understand what NIFA is doing and how it can impact our community, ask the question. You are probably sitting within 10 feet of somebody who's invested a few years of their life into it. But our goal is simply to create the highest quality experience for the player, the parent, and the coach. Safe as possible, most educated, but the idea being, how do we get a kid to participate in this game as long as possible for all the actual foundational developmental opportunities we can create for them? If you don't understand it and it matters to you, please take a second, grab me, grab somebody, and figure out how you can help. We're in year 3 of a pilot. I think it's going well. It involves forming community schools, East Allen, Southwest Allen. It involves some of the CYO. It involves PAL. We hope it soon to involve others, but it needs to be pushed back against. And if this game matters to you, we got to do it. So we'd love your help. All right, I'm going to stop. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate you guys. Good to be here.
Those of you who have been involved in football around this area for a number of years know the name Dorfler. I mean, that family has contributed not just to football but to sports multi-generationally. And tonight we honor 2 members of it who happen to be twins. And the reason I'm picking the first one is alphabetical. His name is D.A., his other brother is D.E., so we start with Dale. Great athlete at Concordia, we're a graduate of Concordia, but he'll best be known for his work at Northside, where he was the football coach for 17 years. Got the job at a pretty young age, as I recall, and after that, the athletic director for a number of years after that. But I remember it was how intense a coach he was. But he also had an on-off button. I would get him, and he'd come over, and we'd chat a little bit. And then I'd put the camera on, and boy, did he flip it to the other one. And I mean this in a good way. He got serious. He was all the X's and O's things of it. And we got through all of this. About halfway through it, he would usually start to break up a little bit, and we'd have fun with it as well. But I've enjoyed dealing with him over the years as he warmed up, and very good and strong as it. When I remember him about game nights, again, very intense guy on the sidelines, coaching his team up. But he wasn't averse and above. Going over to my spot on the sideline, said, "What do you think of that?" I said, "I don't know, it's pretty good." And he, "Yeah, that's okay." And he went back coach. Didn't miss a beat. He will be honored by 3 of his daughters, Jenna Walker, Melissa Hoke, Kara Wonderland, to introduce their father, Dale Dorfler.
Okay. In the summer of 1980, Coach Dickerson left, and our dad applied for the head football coaching position. He was very fortunate to be named the head football coach before the 1980 season began. Our dad served as the head football coach at Northside for 17 seasons and had much success in those years. His career record was 111-62, and his team won 4 SAC championships, 4 sectional championships, and 1 regional championship. He considers the 1984 team the best team of his career, as they finished the season with a 12-1 record.
Us girls have many great memories at Northside High School. We spent many summers there doing summer conditioning with the team and participating in all the sports camps. Jenna and Melissa were the water girls for many seasons, and I proudly wore my red and white cheerleader outfit to every game. Another lasting impact was how wonderful the Northside coaches and colleagues were to our family. A few of you are here tonight, and we want to thank you for the support you gave to our dad and to our family. And of course, to our mom, who was the rock that held our family together during all the seasons, especially after those tough Friday night losses.
We are very proud of you, Dad, and are happy to be celebrating all of you tonight, the other inductees as well. You should all be very proud of all of your accomplishments and being celebrated here tonight. We're excited to be here. So, without further ado, we would like to introduce our dad, Coach Dale Dorfler of the Northside Redskins.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank my daughters for that great introduction. And there's a lot of thank yous to give tonight, and please bear with me for the next 4 minutes. As I begin, I would like to thank the Indiana Football Hall of Fame in the Hall of Fame Region 3 Committee for this tremendous honor. And I would like to congratulate the other 8 inductees who are being honored tonight. Next, I would like to thank my parents, Robert and Hilda Dorfler, who raised us in a Christian home and were our biggest supporters in everything we did. I'm sure they're very proud to have all 3 of their sons inducted to the NFL Football Hall of Fame. I was blessed to have 2 outstanding brothers. My late older brother, Buzz, was my mentor and someone I have looked up to all my life. He was the reason I became an educator and a coach. Thank you, Buzz, for the guidance that you provided, and I'm very proud to join you in the NFL Football Hall of Fame. My twin brother, Dean, and I have had the same career paths as a teacher, coach, and athletic director. I was lucky to have Dean growing up to play with and against each day, which gave me my competitive spirit. Dean, I'm very proud of going into the Indiana Football Hall of Fame with you. No coach can enter the Hall of Fame without great players and great assistant coaches. I was fortunate to be blessed with both. Some of the football players are here tonight, as well as coaches, Coach Brown, Coach Schwarzkopf, Coach Daniel, Coach Davis, and I have to mention the late Coach Don Hunter. All these men and many others worked so well together to make our program successful. Thank you to all the players, coaches, and their wives for getting me here today. Next, I'd like to thank my family for all their support, encouragement, and understanding. Being a head football coach, if you're going to do the job correctly, requires many hours away from home. I'd like to thank my 3 daughters, Jenna, Melissa, and Kara, who just met, for supporting my career as a head football coach and for understanding when Dad could not be at one of their events. Girls, Mom and Dad are very proud of the outstanding ladies you have become, and I appreciate the 3 great guys you added to our families, our son-in-laws, Alan, Ryan, and Jake. Also, 8 beautiful grandchildren, a true blessing. Special thanks goes to my wife, Bonnie, who has been so supportive of my career. Bonnie knew that I wanted to be a coach, and the many hours I was away from home, she never complained about me not being there. Maybe she didn't want me there. That's okay. Bonnie's not only a great wife, mother, and grandmother, she's just an all-around beautiful person. I've been blessed to be married to her for 45 years. Thank you, Bonnie, for being by my side and making me a better person. In closing, I am humbled and honored to be inducted into the NFL Football Hall of Fame. I'm proud of my career and what I was able to accomplish. It was very rewarding to find a career that I was so passionate about, and hope that passion inspired those who played for and worked alongside me. I'm so thankful for all the personal friendships and relationships I was able to build, and for all the fond memories. Thank you to Northside High School for allowing me to be part of your history. Special thanks to Principal Dan Howe and Athletic Director Dwayne Brown, who were instrumental in bringing me to Northside. One final thank you, and that's the most important one, goes out to the Lord for all the blessings He has given me throughout my career and life. Without Him, this is not possible. Thank you for attending tonight and sharing in this special occasion.
Dean Dorfler also in going in tonight, so I kind of wonder if we've ever seen brothers, let alone twins, go in at the same time. Also a Concordia athlete in his time as an athlete. Did his coaching as a high school head coach at Northrop and Concordia, and he was an athletic director at both of those spots. Always had time for me, always had time for my fellow media folks. And what I remember best about Dean, nobody walked the sidelines faster, longer during a game than any coach I ever saw. He was a blur. And he would be thinking and making plays, but it was room, room, room. And one night I brought back the video and I said, I'm going to put this on. And they look at me and say, we don't have 15 seconds to throw that. I says, I'm going to do it anyway. He continues to serve the community in his retirement. And also, he's like me. He can't give it up entirely, so he's helping Jason up at Leo, helped him at Northrop before that. And he's now doing some really good work after taking over the Wildcat baseball program. I can't remember who said of the previous speakers, but it is one of the jewels of Fort Wayne. I know my son enjoyed it the years he played, and I would tell people about it and say, you got something like that? That's terrific. But it's his now, and he is running it very, very well. People introducing him are his children. Each one of them a Sertoma Award graduate as an athlete themselves, all at Concordia, and they will now introduce their dad. So up come Angie Bain, Ryan Dorfler, and Jason Dorfler.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angie, and I'm here with my brothers, Jason and Ryan. And first off, we want to extend our sincerest congratulations to everyone who is inducted tonight. It's especially exciting to be here with our uncle, Dale Dorfler, and our family. It's a really fun evening to be here. I am going to let my brothers, who are both quarterbacks, do most of the football talking because they're going to be much better at that than I am. But it is truly our pleasure, and we are very proud of our father, Dean Dorfler, and it's really exciting to introduce him as he gets inducted to the IFCA Hall of Fame.
All right. Our dad, as mentioned by Dale, born and raised here in Fort Wayne to the parents of Bob and Hilda Dorfler. He participated in many sports growing up, went on to St. Paul's Lutheran Grade School, then graduated from Concordia Lutheran High School, where he participated in football, basketball, and baseball. He did all of this right alongside his twin brother and our Uncle Dale, who just got inducted himself. He also was influenced by his older brother Buzz, a 2001 inductee to the IFCA Hall of Fame, and pursued a career in teaching and coaching. One quick little story. I was talking to Coach Masucci back there, and Dean and Dale's senior year, this is very odd and probably has not happened in Fort Wayne football, but Dean and Dale are seniors at Concordia, and they have the unique opportunity, I guess, of playing their older brother's team, Northrop. So Northrop entered that game 7-1 in the 1972 season. Concordia was 4-4, and as Coach Masucci told me, it was a big upset. So the Cadets won somehow, some way, 14-12, much to the dismay of our cousin Kent, who was the Bruins ball boy. But, nonetheless, they have committed a lot of time and effort into Fort Wayne football. After graduating from Ball State University in 1977, our dad got his first teaching job at Southside High School, where he served as an assistant football coach as well as the head baseball coach. In 1982, he moved over to Northrop, where he served as an assistant under his older brother Buzz until he was elevated to the position of head coach in 1984. He would serve as head coach of the Bruins for 10 years, highlighted by 8-win seasons in 1984 and in 1989. Similar to our cousins, we kind of grew up in and around Northrop, and there's a lot of great memories of those years at Northrop High School. Also, kind of a funny story. I know Dale mentioned, our grandparents, their parents, but she also had, my grandma Hilda, a very unique perspective oftentimes in terms of football. We often joked about her probably watching more Fort Wayne football games than anyone else in the city. But oftentimes, well, for 10 seasons, Northrop and Northside, who both had good football teams, she would have to watch probably in agony the Northside team coached by Dale going up against the Northrop team coached by Dean. And she apparently, we were very young, but she would switch sides at halftime and change from red to orange or vice versa. So prior to the 1993-94 school year and after the retirement of Northrop Athletic Director Mark Sheff, our dad would take over as Northrop's second athletic director. He would serve in that position for 6 years. Knowing that all of us were going to Concordia, his alma mater, Dean accepted the athletic director position in 1999. He would hold that position until 2017. Ryan's going to take it from here.
So in 2001, Dean got back on the sideline and became the head football coach again at Concordia. Prior to our dad becoming the coach there, the Cadets had not seen much football success. There was a general feeling that they would struggle to compete with the bigger schools like Snyder, Northrop, Northside, and with Wenger and Lewis. So Dean set out to change that, and within a few short years, the culture around Concordia football changed dramatically. They won a sectional championship in 2002 and a regional championship again in 2007. They broke long losing streaks to Bishop Dwayne, Lewis, and Snyder, set school records for team win totals. He would be the first to tell you that he was blessed with a great many assistant coaches and some really great players, but it was always his energy that was the catalyst for that culture change. He stepped down as head coach after the 2009 season, but continued as the school's athletic director. One of those highlights was being there when the Cadets in 2016 won the 3A state championship under Coach Tim Manicle. He continues to this day to serve young people in the community as both the Wildcat director and helping at Leo as an offensive line coach. All told, he has spent 50-plus years on a football sideline, either as a player, a coach, or an administrator. It's a true life of service to the game of football and the high school football community here in Fort Wayne. In addition to all these accomplishments, he's been a great influence and a role model in the lives of those that he's coached. We're very proud to call him Coach and Dad, and with that, we'd like to introduce Dean Dorfler.
Well, as you can see, I have 3 great kids. I want to thank you for your kind words, and I really appreciate your comments. I would like to congratulate all the individuals with whom I am being honored with this evening, including my brother Dale. I feel a little out of place being included with all of these NFL players. I'm not sure I can match their great accomplishments and the stories that you will hear from them about their careers. But nevertheless, I am truly honored to be part of this group. I also want to express my sincere appreciation and thank you to the IFCA Hall of Fame Committee. I am truly humbled by this honor. I want to thank my family for all of their support over the years. My 3 children have had outstanding athletic careers of their own and have provided my wife and myself with a lifetime of great memories. My wife, Barb, has supported our whole family through the ups and downs of athletic competition, and she has never missed a game. She has always been our biggest fan. I want to thank each and every one of you for all of your love and support and encouragement over the years. I also want to express my thanks to my two brothers, Buzz and Dale, who have shared the great love of this great game with me over the years. Buzz has passed away a few months ago, and we certainly miss him a great deal. I had the opportunity to become the head football coach at two great institutions, Northrop High School and Concordia Lutheran High School. Northrop High School was my first head coaching job, and I was fortunate enough to succeed my older brother. Buzz was my mentor. He taught me a lot about the game of football, but most importantly, he taught me about how to deal with people and how to build relationships with the student athletes that we coached. He was one who had a great influence on my brother and myself to become teachers and enter the field of coaching. After Buzz retired from coaching, I was given the opportunity to become the head coach at Northrop High School in 1984. My coaching experience at Northrop was very rewarding, and I truly enjoyed the student athletes that I worked with. I also had a great coaching staff. They were a pleasure to work with, and they are still lifelong friends. In 1992, I had the opportunity to become the athletic director at Northrop High School, and I took that job after coaching football for 8 years. I can honestly say that I thought I would never coach football again. Then in 1999, I was asked if I would be interested in becoming the athletic director at Concordia Lutheran High School. And without hesitation, I took a new job at the high school in which I graduated from and the high school that my children were going to attend. After my first 2 years serving as Concordia's athletic director, I became the head football coach and athletic director. It was a tremendous opportunity. God had given me a challenge, and it made all the difference in the world to me. I got the opportunity to coach my two boys, and we were blessed with some outstanding athletes and outstanding football players, and we were able to win some championships. Our coaching staff was second to none. We had a dedicated and committed coaches who cared about changing the fortunes of Concordia football. Our coaching staff simply went by the philosophy that we were going to do things right. We were going to do things the right way. We were going to care about the individuals that we were working with. We were going to be positive and enthusiastic. We were going to care about each other. And we were always going to work hard and be prepared for every game. And finally, we were going to preach to our football players that we expect to win, and that we were going to compete with great energy each and every Friday night. Our administration was also very supportive. It made it possible to renovate Zauner Stadium. The Concordia community was excited about football, and going to football games on Friday night became one of the favorite things to do. This was truly an outstanding time for our family and a truly highlight of my career. I loved working and coaching at Concordia Lutheran High School, and believe me, it is a special place where you're able to work in an atmosphere that combined athletic competition with religious education. As you can see, God has blessed me and my family in a number of ways. Throughout my career, God has blessed me with the opportunity to coach the greatest game on earth. He has blessed me with a remarkable family. He has blessed me with great coaches and friends. He has blessed me with great administrators. And he has put me in a situation that I was challenged. He showed me how to handle the ups and downs of athletic competition and how to handle success and failure. He's given me the opportunity to work with young people and to influence their lives in a positive, Christ-centered way. In closing, I want to thank God for all of these blessings, and I want you to know that He is the true Hall of Famer. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this honor.
Now we get to the players. The guys who got to the highest level of this game and got their start here. And the first we will talk about is Vaughn Dunbar out of Snyder. He was an all-state player. He was a tremendous player at Snyder. And my lasting view of him standing on the sidelines, either when I had a camera or when I didn't, is here would come Vaughn, here's me, and I needed to do this fast because he was gone. Never more often than in the championship game in his senior year when he was just otherworldly and had one of the greatest games I ever saw an individual have. He had 2 great years at IU, where he ended up an All-American and put up some great numbers there. And then a 4-year NFL career followed that. He has done some great things in this game, and he will be introduced by the guy who coached him at Snyder, Mike Hawley.
If you guys want to stand up just for a second, I know everybody's going back and forth to the bathroom. If you want to just stand and relax for a moment, because I know it's been a long evening. We're only halfway done. Okay, that's long enough. I want to get my part done. Again, I'd like to congratulate all the inductees this evening. I've been where you are, and it's quite an honor that you've been given. And also, I'd like to thank the IFCA Hall of Fame Committee for putting on this evening. And it's a wonderful evening. I've never seen this many go in at one time, but it's a great evening. It's my pleasure and my honor to introduce a young man who set and still holds several records at Snyder High School football. For example, Vaughn Dunbar has a single season rushing record at Snyder in one season, 2,475 yards, which is a lot, with an average of 8.8 yards per carry, and a record or a career of 4,218 yards with an average of 7.3 yards per carry. A touchdown record of 40 in his junior year, and a total of 60 TDs in his career at Snyder. He was selected All-SAC both his junior and senior year in '85 and '86. He was selected to the North All-Star team in 1986. Was selected to the following high school All-American teams in 1986, National High School Football Coaches Association and Scholastic Coaches Association, and the Adidas All-American team. Then moving on to Northeast Oklahoma Junior College, where he spent 2 seasons. And those were tough seasons, let me tell you. In talking with Vaughn about 2 weeks ago, we talked about his time in Oklahoma, and it was not easy. And he had to get out and move on, and he did, to IU, where he had an outstanding career playing at IU, playing for Bill Mowry. And taking IU to 2 bowl games during his time there. He was also an invitee to the Heisman in New York and ended up placing, I think, 5th or 6th, one of the two. But what an honor to be invited. And then he was drafted by the New Orleans Saints, where he would spend 3 years. At the Saints, he was on the all-rookie team his first year. Traded to Jacksonville Jaguars in 1995, where he spent 2 seasons when he ended his football career with a season-ending injury. Vaughn currently lives in Atlanta, Georgia, and was a very successful business owner and retired from that. On a more personal note, there are several people along the way that should be mentioned to help Vaughn get where he got, and that was his assistant football coaches, and 3 or 4 of them are here this evening. Russ Bush, Russ Isaacs, Marvin Arnold, and I think that's it, right, guys? 2 that aren't here, obviously, are Don Schaefer and his position coach, Dean Fast, who passed away several years ago. Vaughn did not have an easy life growing up. It was tough for him. He was raised by a single mother who was a working mother. Had a little brother named Derek, and Vaughn was mainly responsible for Derek because Mom was working. And several times, Derek came to practice with Vaughn because he had to. Vaughn wanted to be with his team, and so Derek was with the team as well. And I might mention that there are 3 or 4, I think 4, team members of Vaughn that came from several places tonight to be here to honor him in his recognition. So without any further ado, let me bring up Vaughn Dunbar.
Good evening, Fort Wayne, family and friends. Wow, Mike kind of covered everything. I could elaborate on a few things that he mentioned, though. So, first, I'd like to start off by thanking God, and I'm just glad he was able to have us here in good health and, here to help celebrate our inductees, which is an amazing class. So let's get into people that are responsible for my success, because it wasn't just me. First, I'd like to talk about this lady by the name of Margaret Catter, which wasn't able to be here. I just found out tonight that she's ill. I think they said she has COVID. I'm truly saddened for that. But before I go back to Atlanta, I'm gonna make sure tomorrow I'm gonna get over and see her, because she's responsible for a lot of my success. Growing up, it was kind of rough, I had a mother that was in and out of the hospital a lot. My parents were separated, but I'd like to thank them both as well, because without them, it wouldn't be no me. My dad's here, Booker T. Dunbar, and I appreciate him. But back to the story, back to the task at hand. It's kind of rough. Like Mike mentioned, it was rough, but we got through it. But not by myself. I had a team of people that took a personal interest in me, and it's very important that we as a community put our arms around our kids, because it matters. You'll never know what you might say or do that might be the turning point for that kid, he or she's life. And I'm living testimony. Margaret Catter. My junior high school principal. Little lady, beautiful, piercing eyes. You would look at her. She's nothing to be intimidated by. Little something. I really wish she was here. Because I wanted to give her flowers, because she deserves them. She stayed on me, I could tell you where everything was strategically placed in her office. I was there so much. Being there not for the right reasons, obviously. I could just remember her looking across that desk and really trying to get to me, make me understand how important it was for me to get focused. She saw something in me that I didn't. Very important. She saw something in me that I didn't at the time. She stayed on me day in and day out. I eventually got it. It took a minute. I was a little knucklehead, just like most of us are at that age. I needed guidance. I didn't have it. She was there. She was my support system. This is the first mentor. Got to a point where it was questioned if I was going to proceed onto the 9th grade. Snyder. So with so much going on, I couldn't focus. I was in class, but I didn't do what it took to be eligible. I didn't even participate in junior high. I didn't even participate in athletics. I didn't play one down football at Black Hawk Middle School. And it was because I wasn't focused. I didn't sustain a GPA that would allow me to participate. So that broke my heart. But it is what it is. Margaret continued to stay on me. And I can say that she was definitely very instrumental in my turning point. All kids have a turning point. But as a community, it takes a village. It's not just the parents. As a friend, as a family member, it doesn't matter, Wrap your arms around these kids, because it matters. So at the end of the day, being on the fence, not knowing if I was going to go to the 9th grade or not, she pulled the trigger, made it happen, and I remember her telling me she had all faith and confidence in me. Now you need to find it in yourself. I believe in you. Oh, damn. Excuse my French. That's ultimately what I needed to hear. She's created a monster now. You mean I get to go on with my class? I get a second opportunity at life? I get to go on and just start from here, from square one? Oh, man, it's about to go down. I dare anybody get in my way now. Is the attitude I took. Takes a village. So she had her arms wrapped around me. When she opened them up, she led me into the hands of Michael Hawley. He was the next big mentor in my life. Mike did the same thing as she did, wrapped his arms around me, protected me, made sure that I had everything that I needed. He, along with Snyder. I mean, it wasn't just Mike. When I got to Snyder, now it's a whole team of Mike Hawleys and Margaret Catters. I think I had maybe nine coaches on staff at that time, around that. And a lot of them are, how many? Just 5? Okay, so that makes sense because it felt like it was 50. Because every time I turned around, you know, there was a coach or a staff member making sure that I was staying on task. We need it as kids. We don't understand. You know, we have to figure it out. And sometimes it takes some longer than others. But you can't give up on them. They didn't me. And that's why I'm up here today. So I want to thank you, Mike and Snyder, for wrapping your arms around me. You created a monster. Because now, hell, every time I touch a ball, every time we have an opponent that we're playing, I'm indebted. I'm indebted to these people that took a personal interest in me. So every time I touch that ball, I'm paying them back. I'm paying them back. I'm paying my debt. That's why I like to say, excuse me, I became the athlete that I did because I was so appreciative of how many mentors and how many different people had their hands out for me. It's so imperative that we keep our arms around these kids. And because, again, you just never know what you might say or do that might determine the outcome of that child's life. It's important. It takes a village. So after Mike, a matter of fact, there's someone that I think you got a chance to speak with her, Miss Olivette Banks, because she's the next one I'm going to talk about. She was actually, her son, which is now my brother, played on a Little League team at Metropolitan Park, short Metro. We played for a team called the Omega Colts. That's where I first met her. I'm in reference to Olivette Banks. She wasn't a team mom or anything. She was just a parent that had her arms around her kids and supported them and was there, you know, just practice. You know, it wasn't just games, it was practice. It was any events or anything that we had going on, she was right there. She had I think it was I'm not sure, I think it was a red Chevy van. I found myself in that van, station wagon. I found myself in that station wagon several times, you know, because, you know, again, my mother was sickly at the time. She was in and out of the hospital, and, you know, my parents were separated, so we're trying to still kind of figure all of this out. She ended up filling the void. She was in the right place at the right time for me. Her family had the structure and everything that I needed, that I was missing in mine. So I found myself spending a lot of time over there with her and her kids, which again became my brothers. That environment was comfortable. She made sure that it was comfortable. It takes a village. My brothers are here. No, they're not my blood brothers, but they were in the environment that allowed me to get a feel of how things are supposed to be. So I was comfortable. Again, I was comfortable. It takes a village. She ended up being very instrumental in the whole recruiting thing when it came to colleges seeking my service. She filled right in. She was there. In the household, when her kids ate, I ate. We would go to the mall. If her kids got some shoes, I got some shoes. It takes a village. It's what I needed at the time. When her kids got in trouble, I got in trouble. Can't just be the good stuff, you know, it's got to be the whole 9 yards. But all that to say, you know, I'd like to thank her, give her her flowers for being instrumental in my life like she was. You're totally, absolutely respected. I appreciate you. So I appreciate the accolades. Speaking of that, didn't do it by myself. Every team I played for, I made sure the guys knew, you know, this is a team effort, you know? Yeah, sure, I'm scoring the touchdowns, but I'm not getting in that end zone unless my tackle makes his block, my fullback clears a path. It's a team sport. So out of all the accolades and the trophies and awards that I received in my day, this one is personal. I really appreciate this because it's from my village. You guys understand what I'm saying? It hits home really hard for me. It's a beautiful thing. I respect this accolade that I'm receiving more than any other plaque, trophy, award, whatever, because it's this village, this community that believed in me and allowed me time to figure myself out. So I was lost. I'm not gonna talk you guys to death, okay? Which I probably already have. But just know, you know, I respect each and every one of you. You're my family. And without you, I wouldn't be the man that I am today, okay? So in ending this, I just wanna tell you, keep your arms around these youth. You know, they are still our future, and it's very vital. It's very important. And again, I'm walking, speaking testimony. Okay. Had it not been for my family first, and then people like Olivet Banks, Michael Hawley, Snyder, Mike's coaching staff, which it was way more than 5. I don't believe that. And that one on the end being the most intimidating of them all, Isaacs. I mean, look at the. Can you imagine being on his bad side as a kid? Look how intimidating he is. He's still intimidating. You still scared the hell out of me. No, real talk though. It's all a front. He's a marshmallow. I love them all. Every last one of them had played a very important part of my success. So to the Hall of Fame directors and boards, I really appreciate this honor. It is truly an honor to be inducted into the Indiana Football Hall of Fame alongside the rest of these amazing athletes. Fort Wayne, this community that we have, it's a lot of love. And we'll continue to have plenty of people to be inducted year in and year out. So thank you so much for letting me talk you guys to death tonight. I love you all. God bless. I appreciate it.
Our next inductee will be Trey Essex. Not exist anymore on the high school level, but boy, his performance at Harding lasts for a long time, where he was an all-state tight end, and oh, by the way, a pretty darn good basketball player who played on the state champion in 2001 on the 2A level. But it was football that would get him to the next level, and that would be at Northwestern, where he was recruited as a tight end. And after his freshman year, I happened to be at Big Ten Media Day in Chicago, and ran into his coach, the late Randy Walker. And I asked him, what's your plan for Trey? He says, pretty good tight end. Well, we're going to turn him into an offensive lineman, and he's going to be great at that. Man was pretty clairvoyant, because Trey went on to have an 8-year NFL career that included 2 Super Bowl championships. I remember him getting drafted the night it was a Saturday night, and it was late. He was in the 3rd round. And we were waiting to see just where he was going to go. And finally, it happened. And I went on out to his house on the south side of town and sat down, and we did an interview. God, Trey must have been 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. But I remember that forever, and it just was the start of what ended up being a very nice career in the NFL. He has had success since leaving football in the business world, and has come back to run football camps himself for kids at New Haven, which is basically where all the Harding guys who can't say there's a Harding anymore go to do their service and honor their alma mater. He has done great things on and off the field, and he will be introduced by his dad, Donald Essex.
So good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Donald Essex, and Trey is my eldest son. I would like to first thank the Region 3 chapter of the Indiana Football Hall of Fame, and also congratulate the other 8 football icons being enshrined today. So, as a father, I'm more interested in Trey's journey. And so that's what I'm going to speak about. So Trey was born in 1982, and my wife Kimberly and I were 18 years old. So just having graduated from high school, there were some tough decisions to be made. I decided my best option was the military, so I joined the Air Force. I was stationed in South Carolina, and Trey was about 6 or 7, and that was really his introduction to athletics. My wife, Kimberly, worked at the youth center. We were stationed at Shaw Air Force Base. She signed him up for baseball, soccer, basketball, and it wasn't until he came back to Fort Wayne, we came back about 93, 94, that he started playing football. So he played in the Metro League, middle school, high school, and then college in the NFL. So what I remember about Trey at that time, he was between 6 and 10 years old, is that he loved to play. It was a different time. It was the 90s, and kids played more. They didn't just play video games. They played outside. And Trey played hard. He would be outside from morning until, it was almost dark. And we were in an environment where we felt safe, and we could look outside. We were near a base, and we could see what he was doing. We could see him with his friends. So in my mind, that was a good way to get introduced to athletics. So he would occasionally come in and have a drink or eat, and then we wouldn't see him again until I went out and got him before it got dark. And I checked on him. I didn't just let him do whatever he wanted to do. I would check on him. I could look outside and see what he was doing. And so additionally, Trey was gifted with size. So I remember when he was growing up that his shoe size always matched his age. So when he was 8 years old, he wore a size 8. When he was 9 years old, he wore a size 9. When he was 11, he was wearing my clothes. So we wore, and I'm the same size as I am right now. So the big feet were problematic when you're 7 and 8 years old, and you're running down the basketball court and you trip over your feet. He hadn't grown into his size yet. But he learned to use that size, and he learned to use those feet to become a standout in every sport he played. In my opinion, he was always the biggest, and he was always the best. So moving forward to high school, middle school and then high school, Trey excelled in football and basketball. Again, he learned how to master his size and those feet to become a standout tight end in football and a center on Harding's basketball team. As some of you remember, and what was mentioned before, Harding won the 2A state championship in basketball in 2001. And prior to that, I think Northrop won in 1974, which was 27 years prior to that. So that was the last school in Fort Wayne before they won in 2001. I think Dean talked about stats, but he did score 23 points and 14 rebounds. 2 of the free shots were within the last 7 seconds. They were up because I think Courtney Reese got a free throw, but those points helped them win. So they ended up winning 73 to 70. So the other thing in high school is I remember him, a lot of colleges having interest in him, and I'd never been through that experience before. Colleges were calling all the time. Coaches were coming to see him. He ended up at Northwestern, but before that, we went to Miami, the University of Miami, Florida, which I didn't want him to go there. But right after the official visit, he wanted to go there. We didn't see Trey we were there for 3 days, and we never saw Trey. They took him, and he later told me what happened when they took him, and that made me even more glad that he didn't go to Miami. We went to Notre Dame and then Northwestern on the same weekend. And of course, he ended up going to Northwestern. So after a great collegiate career, Trey was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 3rd round on April 23rd. So it was kind of bittersweet for me because my dad, who went with me to every game that he could go to, in high school, my dad introduced him to Wildcat. Baseball, my dad went to games with me at college. He always wanted Trey to make it on the professional level, but unfortunately, he passed away the day before Trey was drafted. So I was grieving my father while being happy that my son was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. But we made it through. He went to Pittsburgh. He ended up winning 2 Super Bowl rings, and so that was great. I think what me and my wife are most proud of is, of course, we're proud of his accomplishments, but we're also proud that he's a great family man. His wife, Christina, his children, our grandchildren, Amaya, Ava, and Jordy, you can feel the love. And as a father, it feels so good to see your son be a good father. And so that's what we're most proud of. So that's kind of the story of Trey, abbreviated story of Trey. So now, without further delay, I would like to introduce our son, Trey Essex, as a 2023 inductee to the Indiana Football Hall of Fame.
You almost got me, Dad. You almost got me. My daughter had a bet on me that I was going to cry, but I held strong. How's everybody doing today? Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. Being here with all these amazing athletes and all these influential people that had such a huge impact on football in Fort Wayne. But first, I would like to thank the IFCA Region 3 Committee for inducting me with these awesome, awesome people. I just remember growing up and reading and watching guys like Jason Fabini, who I got to know a little bit over time, and Jason Baker, and Von Dunbar. Like Jason said earlier, we used to try to mimic you in our backyard. These legends. And the Dorflers, who have been a staple in Fort Wayne for so long and have done so much for the youth of Fort Wayne. And to my contemporaries, my peers, Bernard, who I had the opportunity to go against on every level of football. We had battles at Southside. He is the definition of a heat-seeking missile. And back then, I played tight end, like Dean alluded to earlier, and I was like, don't throw that ball near me when Bernard's close. I don't want that work. And to Spence, oh, man, I didn't tell you this, man, but the first thing I ever got was trying to tackle you. My whole left shoulder just gave out. You had no business playing fullback for Lures, but I was glad you were a nose tackle because I didn't have to see you at a tight end. I didn't have to block you. But, those guys, I knew it would be a battle every time I played against them because they brought out the best in me, and I hope I did the same for you. But oftentimes at events like this, you hear athletes talking about what they had to overcome, how many obstacles they had to deal with, how people told them they weren't going to go far or they couldn't do this or couldn't do that. I never had that issue. I was very fortunate and blessed to have a strong family, friend, and coaching network around me, always supporting me, always giving me love and telling me that I can accomplish anything that I need to do or that I want to do, and not only on the field but in the classroom as well. But it all starts with my beautiful, wonderful parents, Donald and Kimberly Essex. Can y'all clap it up for them for a second? Dad, obviously you've done a lot, but the thing that has stuck with me the most is always your willingness to talk to me. Sit down, we would have these long, very long talks. And if you thought I wasn't paying attention, you were right some of the time. But I did take some of those words, and the most important thing is that I incorporated that into how me and Christina parent our kids. We talk and we listen, which I think is important when you're trying to get the best out of your little ones. Mom, thank you for being my rock. Thank you for always keeping me grounded. Everybody knows my mom keeps it real all the time. I never had to guess where she stood, and she always told me where I could be better and what I need to do to be a better man. And also, she introduced me to the game of football. First at Lane as a sixth grader, and then later for the Redskins in Metro. So she kind of got this ball rolling. I was only basketball, soccer, and baseball prior to that, and then we came back to Fort Wayne, and like my dad said earlier, that's how football became a part of my life. And the rest is history. I love you both, and I have an amazing parent, but that's not where it ends. Thank you, Uncle Tommy, and amongst many, many things that you did for me, there's one particular moment that stands out. You made it possible for me to go to Purdue basketball camp, and that was my first time really competing against somebody outside of local talent. And that meant the world to me because it gave me the confidence that I could compete with anybody and I could do big things. So thank you. I love you. And May, Uncle Harry cannot be here today. She is battling cancer, so if you have time to say a little prayer for my aunt. But she is, both of them, always made a point to come to every significant moment in my life, every event, every graduation, every banquet. She was there cheering me on and celebrating my victories with me. So I love you, MMA, Uncle Harry. Thank you to my grandparents. Rest in peace. Like my dad said earlier, my papa, back when baseball was my first love, he made a point to go out and hit ground balls to me over at Weiser Park. And he did it, even as he got older, when it became harder for him to move around, he was out there faithfully trying to make me better and supporting me in every single way. To my grandma Essex, my grandma Lula May, she used to go up to the Journal-Gazette and News Sentinel and not ask, demand 10 copies of every article with my name on it. And she would go to church, Pilgrim Baptist, and for 6 hours, or you know how long Pilgrim Baptist is. For 6 hours, they would find ways to insert me into the conversation with her friends. And so my grandma Yvonne, who encouraged me and watered my artistic side, she would tell me to sit down in front of a word processor, y'all remember those, right? And write her a story, be creative. I was her little squeebie, even though I was 7 years old and already seeing on top of her head. So, but I love you and miss you so much, my grandparents. To my Uncle Bay and Booney, thank you for letting me come home from college and beat you in Madden for some money so I could take back to school. Because that money went a long way. But they used to, in all honesty, they were always an ear for me to talk to, and I thank them with all my heart. To my friends at this point who are extended family, Nicole and Matt Ridley, thank you for always being there, supporting me, and giving me and Christina the honor of
being godparents to your kids. Braden, Riley, I'm looking forward to seeing your Hall of Fame induction soon enough. Brian, AKA LB, thank you for your constant and unapologetically trash talking all the time. Our hundreds and hundreds of driveway basketball games, even though I would beat you 99 out of 100 times, you found a way to talk mess. And if my head was ever going to get big, you knew the words to deflate it a little bit. So thank you for that. And last but not least, to my ace, to my queen, my wife, Christina Essex. Baby, we working on 12 years of marriage, 21 years of being together, and you've been there every step of the way. Before I thought I was capable of being an NFL player at Northwestern, you were there supporting me. I absolutely would not be here if not for you. Thank you for giving me 3 wonderful, awesome kids. Amaya, Ava, Jordy, you guys are my heartbeat, and I would not have it any other way. And this thing called life, at the end of this thing, if I'm a Hall of Fame dad and a Hall of Fame husband, I did this thing right. So thank you again to the IFCA committee for inducting me, and congratulations to all my fellow inductees. We Hall of Famers now, baby. Y'all know that, right? Wait. I got about 4 minutes left, dude, I think, right? You gave us 10. I want to do something a little different because I have a hard time talking about myself, but I can do a good Q&A. So does anybody have any questions or anything they want to know? I'm serious. Who wants to? Raise your hands. Of course you do. Say that again? They need a lot more than me, my man. Oh, they're going through some things right now. So, Brian, what you got for me?
Do you ultimately wish you went to the NBA instead?
Ooh, I don't know how many people know, but I consider myself a basketball player coming up. But in 8th grade, I stopped growing this way and started growing this way. And so, basketball, being a pro of basketball became just a dream at that point. And so, yes, I still have dreams if I grew a little bit taller of playing NBA, but it all worked out in there. Anybody else? It's the last ask an Indiana Hall of Famer a question right now. This is your time to do it. All right. Thank you. Oh, we got one.
We're Boilers back here, so how was the Purdue basketball team?
It was amazing. And true story, I wanted to go to Purdue. I thought coming out as a tight end, they had Drew Brees and Tim Stratton was the tight end, and he caught like 80 balls. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go do the same thing. And that was before, receiving tight ends were a thing. And so Coach Spack was my recruiting coach, came down. He was like, you were a pretty good tight end, but the only way we're going to give you a scholarship is if you put your hand in the dirt. I was like, no, I'm going to go play tight end in Northwestern then. And Northwestern gave me 1 year, and then I was right with my hand in the dirt on the line. So, all right, thank you, everybody, again. Have a good day.
Jason Fabini didn't play a position that we in the media would pay a lot of attention to because we look at the skill guys. But those skill guys don't do anything without the up-front guys opening holes and making things happen, and Jason Fabini is pretty good at that and has been for a long time. First at Dwenger, then as a 4-year starter at Cincinnati, University of a Bearcat, where there weren't too many games when he was there that he didn't start. And that was followed by 11 years in the NFL with the Jets, Cowboys, and Redskins again. There weren't too many games that he didn't start. He had a great career. It came to an end like they all do because we just aren't built to be indestructible, and it catches up to everybody. And when it did, he returned home, got into business, successful there. and started to give back at his alma mater, Dwenger, as the offensive line coach, and he's put together some good ones. And he and I were together in the Tippmann house on draft night when one of his proteges went to his team, his first team, the Jets, in the second round. He's proud of that, and he's proud of a career that is very worth being proud of. And another guy who would be proud of him was his high school coach, Andy Johns, and he will introduce Jason Fabini.
I'm sort of like Dean Pantazzi. I just never go away. Jason Fabini, where to start? First of all, kudos to the IFCA committee and so forth for putting this on. This is a tremendous lot of time and effort to put one of these things on like tonight, and they should be congratulated. What a stellar job to bring this back. Kudos also and congratulations to the fellow inductees, the 5 players. I've coached against most of them. I think Jason Baker was a little bit young for me then. I was already an AD back then. But what a group of players. Vaughn, there must still be a lot of people waking up at nights watching you running at them, and their job was to try to tackle you. He was a load. I give him all the credit in the world. And Dean and Dale, career sort of almost were on top of each other. We coached at the same time, very competitive. We were also athletic directors at the same time, got along extremely well, and I count both Dean and Dale as friends today. And now, moving on, the Jason Fabini went to St. Charles, as my wife taught there, so I had seen Jason grow up even in grade school. And he was tall, gangly, bespectacled, and he showed up at Bishop Dwenger as a freshman, and it's sort of nice to have somebody show up and has the word lineman stamped on their forehead. You don't have to put them in the right line with the other 74 defensive backs and 27 wide receivers. He was a lineman. Question was where to find the best spot for him. We worked around a little bit as he grew older, of course, and put him at center, first of all. I always, in my coaching career, tried to put my best offensive lineman at center. Steve Villacable lapping that one up in the back. But we needed him more at tackle. We could play him both ways at tackle, defense and offense. And it just seemed to work a little bit better at that point. And when he came to Dwenger, he was probably 200 pounds. And when he left Dwenger, he was like 241. And he was recruited by the University of Cincinnati, one of his bigger recruitment deals. And he took that. I didn't know much about it. They hadn't recruited Dwenger a lot in the previous years that I was there. We get the courtesy cards and so forth, but would never have an actual coach show up at the school. So it sort of caught me off guard a little bit about the University of Cincinnati. I called my brother, who lived down there for 20 or 30 years, and asked him a little bit about it, and he just was excited about the school. He said, it's very good. So Jason committed there, and as Dean said, Played a lot of football there. And I didn't go down the first year. I wasn't sure if he was going to start or not. And he came home after his freshman year, and he left at about 241, and he came home close to 300. I said, "What'd you do for a year? Did you just eat? Did you do anything else to you?" He gained like 60 pounds. And I knew then that we had something that was special. I should draw back one thing. We did, Coach Tone did move Jason to defensive end his senior year in high school. And figuring his long arms and so forth could disrupt plays. And with that, he is probably a major part of one of the top 3 plays in Dwenger football history. In the state championship game, he had a strip sack of the Cathedral runner, and the strip part of it, the ball fell, and our linebacker, Danny Murray, picked it up and scored a touchdown with about a minute and a half to go to put us ahead. So probably one of the top 3 or 4 plays at Dwenger football. And don't ask me what the other ones are, because I'm not going to tell you. I went down to UC his sophomore year, watched a game. A couple of coaches went down, and weren't many people in the stadium. I think Coach Minter was there at that time, was just starting to turn it around. Coach Minter, for the other, I know Mike Hawley and a few of the other older guys, when he was at Ball State as an assistant, he would recruit the Fort Wayne area, and he'd come and he'd sit there in front of you like 20, 30 minutes and wouldn't say anything. I mean, you had to keep the conversation going. And he became a head coach down there and did a splendid job. I was doing some homework. He's still the all-time winningest coach in UC history. Lucky Coach Fickle left for Wisconsin, or he would have been passed this year with a much higher percentage, I might add, Jason. By the time Jason finished at UC, they went to a bowl game. And I've watched their program since then, but I think that was a turning point. Jason's senior year, the bowl game, he went north instead of south. The bowl game was in Boise, Idaho. The Potato Bowl on the blue football field, but it was a start. And from there, Jason was selected to play in the North-South Senior Bowl game down in middle of January in Mobile, Alabama. And I was fortunate enough to be able to go down and watch that game in lovely Mobile. One story, we were sitting in the hotel lobby the night before the game, Jason's family and a couple of the other coaches that went, and this smell permeated the lobby. I mean, almost knocked you off your chairs. The doors were open, and I asked one of the workers at the hotel, "What is that?" And the answer was, "That be Mobile." Evidently, the Mobile Bay every night, something washes ashore. So it's not on my list of places to revisit. But anyways, about that North-South game, Jason dominated the game at left tackle. Just dominated his opponent every play from the beginning whistle to the end. And from that point, I think his career took off. I was contacted by a couple, 3 NFL teams, which had never happened to me before, and wanted to know a little background from when I was in high school, type of person mostly, and I tried to push left tackle onto them. Jason, I knew it was a money position for you, and so you owe me a little bit on that one. Let's see, what else did I have on Jason here? Anyways, his NFL career, as Dean said, encompassed mostly the New York Jets. His first 7 or 8 years, started for them. Their program turned around. Playoff contention, playoff eligible several years. Those are Vinny Testaverde and Jason's old offensive line mate, Jumbo Elliott. I won't tell any Jumbo Elliott stories, Jason. By the way, I was Jason's third choice to be a presenter today. Herm Edwards and Bill Parcells couldn't make it, so Jason ended up with me. But that's all right. That's all right. After his career with the Jets, he suddenly was called by his old buddy Bill Parcells down to Dallas for, I think, a year, maybe two, and then on to Washington, where he finished his NFL career. Post-football career, Jason moved back to Fort Wayne to raise a family, be close to his parents. He's very family-oriented. He very close to his friends from high school at Bishop Dwenger, and has given back a lot to the community over the years through camps. He was a co-sponsor, I think, if I remember correctly, with the Woodson camp a few years. He ran an live auction for CYO football for several years. Donor to Saints Alive at Bishop Dwenger. His kids went to Dwenger, just graduated, played football, were very good also. And it was good to have him back. I think the greatest contribution of all, of course, he's been on the football staff at Dwenger as a head offensive line coach for many, many years. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Jason Fabini.
Thank you, Coach. Thanks, Coach. I did call Coach on, I think, Wednesday, and I said, hey, Coach, my speech is going to be really short. So can you please be short? And I'm going to tell you, he was a lot longer than I thought he was, but thanks, Coach. And Coach was inducted into the Hall of Fame here in Indiana, I think, in 2003. And he's done a wonderful job at Dwenger. I think how many years did you coach?
I was head coach 22.
22 years. Great record, great man, and taught me a lot. I just want to thank the IFCA Region 3 for this honor, and also congratulate my fellow inductees. Football has offered me a lot of great opportunities and shown me how hard work and commitment can make a young boy's dreams come true. I've been blessed to have been coached by some great coaches, starting in PAL, through grade school, high school, college, and the NFL. These men have taught me the game of football, which included many of life's lessons, how to be respectful, competitive, tenacious, humble, and for that I'm thankful for. My journey, which has taken me from playing at the University of Cincinnati all the way through to the Jets, Cowboys, and Redskins. There have been many ups and downs, joys and tears, and bonds that will last a lifetime. Now as a coach, I have the opportunity, as many of you in this room, to positively impact young men's lives, which goes beyond the field. I'd like to thank all the coaches in this room for the countless hours and time away from their families. It's one of my greatest joys right now. Lastly, I'd like to thank Coach Johns for presenting me, all my former coaches, teammates, friends, Bishop Dwenger High School. Especially I'd like to thank my family, my parents who are here tonight, Madeline and Tom, who've been my biggest supporters. Like Jason Baker said earlier, they've been to, the games, the bus stops, the cold benches, the airplanes, the car rides, the car rentals. Thank you. Also like to thank I have 4 wonderful boys. I got 3 here tonight. Hunter, John, and Jordan, thanks a lot for all your support. Well, I've got 25 to 15. And my lovely fiance, Cammie, who's been supporting me for 12 years. She's been great. And I just want to say thank you to everybody in the room. God bless. Go Bishop Dwenger. Thanks.
I want to thank Andy for bringing up that play in that state championship game because I often wondered, first of all, I personally called it Dwenger's immaculate reception, but I often wondered who caused the fumble. Now I know. Well, if you never remember, Google it sometime. It's quite a play. We sat there, the media guys that were there, and we went, what? But it happened, and it was a beautiful play. Bernard Pollard is our next inductee for the night. There wasn't much he didn't do at Southside besides his football talents. He was a basketball player. He was a very good track performer. It got him a shot at Purdue where he went and played safety under Joe Tiller. I understand that there were some great exchanges between Joe and Bernard. We'll leave it at that. As long as I've known this man, he is one outspoken dude, but he shoots from the hip and he backs it up. 8-year NFL career with the Chiefs, Texans. He won a Super Bowl ring with the Ravens and then went to Tennessee. And that's where he has been, where he has become a very successful businessman after football and does very well down there. And for those of you who don't know, apparently living in the South fostered a great love for NASCAR. And follow him on Twitter sometime on NASCAR. It's entertaining. But we remember him for his football because he did some great things at all those aforementioned stops, and he will be introduced by Spring Brian Barron.
Let's do it. Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm an educator, so I'm used to using my teacher voice, so the microphone is a little weird for me. Dean stole half my speech there, so we'll see how this goes. But I have the honor of introducing my best friend in the entire world, Bernard. I've had the privilege of knowing him for almost 25 years, and I've had a front row seat to his entire career. He started off playing football early, played Metro, played at Geyer, but it really got going when he made it to the greatest high school in the city, country, county, state, Southside High School, where he lettered in basketball, football, and track. He excelled in sports, but had a natural talent and passion for football. As a senior, he was selected as the New Sentinel Area Player of the Year, and he was a first-time All-State honoree in football. He chose to attend Purdue University, where he was a 3-year starter. Starting off, was named first team All-American by College Football News and Big Ten All-Freshman team by Sporting News. As Dean mentioned, after 3 years, he chose to enter the NFL draft and was a second-round pick of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bernard played for 4 teams over his 9-year career, winning a Super Bowl 47 with the Baltimore Ravens, where he is always very quick to remind you that he played that entire game with 6 broken ribs. He finished his career with 711 tackles, 10.5 sacks, 12 interceptions, 13 forced fumbles, 3 defensive touchdowns, and who knows how many game-changing hits that don't always make it in the record books. Known by his nickname, the Bone Crusher, he always set the tone and made his presence known through his strength, dedication, and unwavering determination for greatness. Since retiring from playing football, Bernard picked up various new passions and roles. He's a NASCAR and iRacing fanatic. He's a trainer. He's a coach. He's a photographer and videographer. He is a football, basketball, softball, and volleyball dad. And he is an avid barbecuer where no matter how many times he tries, his brisket always comes out under-seasoned and overcooked. I'm sorry, it's the truth. You have to speak the truth, right? On the field, he played to, quote, put the fear of God in men. However, off the field, he is truly one of the kindest, most generous, most loving people that I know. He's a man of God. He is a loving husband to his wife, Megan. He is an incredible father to 4 amazing kids, Jalen, Alana, Camille, and Jordan. He'll always say he didn't play the game for awards, praise, or wins, but I can't think of anyone else more deserving of this. My brother, Bernard Pollard Jr.
So Dean, 9 years, and I got to tell you, Dean, since high school, since I started high school, man, you have been amazing. You have been amazing to me, amazing to my family, and I thank you and I love you. And I remember our meet. Remember Pizza Hut? Yes, sir. So for a lot of you that don't understand, anytime I come home, Pizza Hut is the first stop. So literally the other night we got here, me and my family, we stopped at Pizza Hut. So, you know, for everybody, I grew up on the south side of town, but Coventry, we stopped at Coventry, and it was just as amazing. I hate the fact that they renovated the new one in Southgate, but nevertheless, it's still good, right? So everybody think I'm crazy when I talk about Pizza Hut. All right, so I've always been told, I remember Herm Edwards, he would always tell us, when you get up in front of a group of people, the 5 Bs. Now, my fingers messed up. I didn't hit a lot of people. Fingers caught in the face mask and everything else, but the 5 Bs. Be brief, brother, be brief. So I'm going to do what I can, all right? So, man, man, thank God for this opportunity. You know, I understand, as Vaughn talked about, it takes a village. And it took a village. My mom's not able to be here, but wow, my mom, she is my everything. You know, for everybody here supporting me, my auntie, I'm gonna try to do this without crying. And if I cry, if I see one picture, I promise you I will find you. But my mother, who's not here, but the people who are here supporting me, and there's so many more, but I wanted to address the people that are here supporting me. My Aunt Loretta, who, I love you so much. I love you so much. And my mother-in-law, Nancy, you know, I can't, you are one of the strongest women I've ever met in my life. And I love you. Karen, you're awesome, and I love you so much. Kim, who I call Mom, you're one of my white moms, and I love you. Jurgen, thank you, brother, I love you. Thank you for taking care of Kim. Coach Nolan, you are my dog. You've been there. For those of you who don't know, I went to Southside High School, repping this thing real good. Coach Nolan would beat us. Me, Brian, and Tristan. He would beat us for leaving, for coming to his office. He would beat us with billy clubs, fists. Him and Coach Pruitt, they did a good job of beating us. And just man, it takes a village. And I'm still that bond, so I'm gonna take that from you, brother. My children, Jalen, I love you. I'm hard on you for a reason. I want to teach you. Me and your mother, we want to teach you. We want to encourage you. We want to love on you. Jordan, my boys, I love you. Alana, my baby girl, my oldest mama, I love you, baby. Camille, I love you, baby. I love you. Megan, you're the glue. You're the glue that hold all of us together, and I love you. I wouldn't be here without you, and I think you know that. So, football, to me, I didn't play the game of football because I loved it. I played the game of football because my upbringing. You know, it was a time in my life where I was shipped off and was taken out of my mom's arms, taken from custody from her, and placed with my father. I did not enjoy being in my father's home. So I played sports to stay away from home. So when I tell people I played this game, and I seriously played this game to instill fear into people because I had to get that out of me because I was angry as a kid. I was angry for what happened. I was angry for all of the things that took place. And football was an outlet for me to be able to take that violence, to take that anger out on people. I enjoyed it. I was passionate about football. I didn't love football. I never loved football until probably my second year in the National Football League. Herm Edwards was my head coach. So it was a talent that I had. It wasn't my gift. My talent was football, track, and basketball. Playing Metro under Coach Prince Chapman, played with the Chargers. I had fun. I was good. Went to middle school, went to Geyer. I was homeschooled all the way up, going to about the 7th grade when I had to go with my father. I played at Geyer just to stay away from home. I went to Southside. I played football just to stay away from home. I was good. You know, Trey, I remember the battles. Spence, I remember the battles. You know, for you two, you know, it was a lot of fun to be able to face. Causey, I see you. The battles that we had, it was so much fun. But I wanted to put fear. Win, lose, or draw, every game, I intended to put, and I tell people this all the time, and please don't mistake what I say, because this is the truth. But I intended to put somebody on the John Deere every single time. You might have walked in the stadium, but you was going to get rolled out. And that was my philosophy. And so playing this game, it was using my talents and allowing me to go further, you know, to further my career athletically, to be able to attend Purdue. And to be able to attend Purdue University with Coach Tiller, to be able to team up with Spence, somebody who I battled with, going against, and for him to be my teammate in college. We have stories, we had fun, but to go to war with somebody that I went to war against, but I'm going to war with, truly a blessing. And playing 3 years, I started as a true freshman, playing 3 years at Purdue University, realizing and understanding my talents. Going to the National Football League, I still didn't understand. I never understood what it was. Going to the National Football League, it was something exciting, right? But at the same time, I didn't understand it. And that's why you see so many men, women, when they go to professional sports, they fall off because they don't understand how big it actually is. And I'm so thankful for Herm Edwards, who was instrumental in as far as for me being the player that I am, or I was, and the man that I am today. Like I said, year 2, I finally fell in love with the game. I had a passion for the game. The passion stayed. The love for the game came. And when the love met the passion, that's when the player that I was came out. The hits and everything was there. But the love, putting the love behind it, man, it meant so much more. And I grew as a man. I wouldn't be the father. I wouldn't be the husband. I wouldn't be the person that I am today without Coach Edwards. He was so important in my life. But even if I rewind, my coaches in high school, Prince Chapman, Metro, my coaches in high school, Coach Nolan, Coach Pruitt, Coach Bailey, Coach Land, Coach Greer, Coach Arnold, Coach Donnelly, the son and now the father, who reminded me about a story my senior year, the head coach at St. Francis University. I remember him stepping in my senior year. I remember going off just upset at Coach Land about something, and he reminded me about this story today when he came in. And it's crazy because at Southside, you know, we've always had white coaches, but to have a white man step into the locker room, didn't care. I was going off. He didn't care what I was saying, how I was saying it, who I was saying it to, but he beeline right to me, looked me dead in my eyes, and said, "Son, shut up." Said, "Shut up. I don't care what you talking about. I don't care what you angry at." He was like, "You have a skill." He was like, "Allow this skill to do things for you. Get yourself out of here. Don't worry about the other stuff." And I carry that to this day. And he reminded me about it, so I had to mention that. But I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful for the people who took an interest. Miss Thomas at Southside, Mr. Holmes, who would always check me. Mr. Holmes at Southside, man, rest in peace. So many people that just took, you know, Coach Bond, somebody who didn't care, to check me. And so, man, I wouldn't be here without them. And I'm so thankful for everybody who made it today, who was selected today. Thank you for inspiring me. Jay, I remember your camps, bro. Coming up, I remember seeing you guys play in high school. You played with my cousin at Wayne. I remember seeing you. Vaughn, I literally YouTube and watched y'all state game. And this was some months back. And, you know, that was awesome. Coach Isaacs, man, playing against you was a lot of fun. I always wonder what I would be like if I played for Snyder. But I never beat you in high school. I heard a lot of your players, but I never beat you. So, so, man, it's you were an inspiration. Seeing you coach and seeing you not care. You walked around with that swag before they started calling it swag. You walked around with swag. And you had the attention of men. You had the attention of the city. And thank you so much. It's funny, the Dorflers. I remember playing you at Southside and the father and the son, and y'all beat us, and I was so mad in the rain game. We were muddy. Southside ain't got grass, still ain't got grass to this day. So it was muddy. But I thank you because I remember how your players just talked about you. Lapsley, all of them, how they just talked about you guys. And it's just truly an honor to be inducted with you guys. And for everybody that's here, man, keep loving. As Vaughn said, wrap your arms around these kids, wrap your arms around people, because you never know who it is, how you can impact their lives. Because I was one of them kids where a lot of people wrapped their arms around us. I had my family. Don't get it twisted. I had my family. But it was the people outside of my family that just whispered things and just kept me going and allowed me to just feel that love. And man, I am indebted to them. So thank you so much, IFCA, for thinking about me. I didn't play this game for no accolades. I played it for souls. I was trying to take them every single time. So, and I'm dead serious. I am a passionate dude when I talk about ball. I'm a passionate coach. I'm a passionate trainer. You know, and you know, this right here is a blessing. I didn't play for this, but to be here now, to be here with you guys is truly an honor. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Anthony Spencer did his famous stuff, at least around here at Bishop Luers. Football, all-state selection, state champion,
Played it hard, played it well. Took it on to Purdue, did the same thing there. Played it hard, played it well at linebacker. And I don't know if you remember this. Remember I was in your living room draft night? Yes. I do. Boy, was that place crowded. And boy, was that living room hot. And I remember well because the photographer I had that night was my son. And we were all wondering, when is he going to go? When is he going to go? When is he going to go? And all of a sudden the phone rings and Anthony disappears into a bedroom. And if you've ever watched the NFL draft, it's kind of like delayed from the time the call is made until you see it on TV. And out he came. Is it a cowboy hat or cowboy gear? Yeah, I thought so. And he came out with that, and everybody's the delay. They couldn't figure it out. And out he was, and the party was on. And what a wonderful night that was for you and your family, and I was glad to be a part of it. You have had some good things for you, sir. First round pick of the Cowboys, as we said, and pretty good go with them. 9 great seasons, and made things happen. He made the Fort proud of him with the way he played and the way he conducted himself, and he just was a lot of fun to watch, and from what I understand, a pretty darn good teammate. He will be introduced by his grandfather, J.C. Lapsley.
You're up, sir. You're up. Stiff sitting. I just want to say thank you guys. It's an honor to be here tonight. And I'm one of those last minute calls. I grew up in Fort Wayne. And I know the athletics. I know how much we want to be where you guys are tonight. I graduated from Fort Wayne Central back in 1961. And to the Bryce, I remember your father, your brother, very well. You couldn't miss him, got pictures everywhere. So I'm sorry we waited so late. Should have been done early. Yeah. But I got the call from my grandson, and when I was on the floor, I live in West Chicago, and about 3.5 hour drive, my daughter called and said, "Dad, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm doing some rollers trying to get these muscles working on the floor." She said, "Daddy, Anthony wants you to introduce him." I said, "What?" I said, "Can you get Jerry? Can you get Andrew?" He said, "No, Dad, he wants you." So by the time I wiped all the tears out of my eyes, what an honor. I said, "This is a blessing." You know, my grandson wanted me to introduce him in the Hall of Fame. And this is such a special day for me as much as it is to him. And I also want to thank Pollard for mentioning my friend Prince Chapman. He's one of my best friends. I remember Prince having a truck, picking up the little guys in the football. And he was so passionate about it, to make the guys have training and had little teams. And Pollard was part of those teams. It was a great deal. We're back to Anthony. I'll put a little light in it. When Anthony was born, the nurse come in, and they have the tapes and they measure, see how long he was, see how much he weighed, and how big his head. And the nurse says, "This guy is destined for greatness." My daughter said, "What? What's wrong with him?" The nurse says, "His head's so big." That's so funny. So here it is today. And as we go on today, when I come home from Chicago, and Anthony's about 12 years old, my other grandson said, Granddad, you got to come see Anthony. I said, what's wrong? He said, Anthony lived for 100 pounds. He's 12 years old. He lived 100 pounds. I said, that is fantastic. And then you fast forward, 10 years later, I go, we play a lot of sports, and we do a lot of pickup games. And I go get the boys, and I take them to the gym. And I play for Central, and I could take anybody down low. So Anthony put his hand in my back. I never told anybody, but I couldn't move. I couldn't move. I couldn't make a move. So I said, I didn't want to let anybody know I couldn't move because he's so damn strong. So about 10 years, 5 more years later, I get this picture in the Journal Gazette. Anthony Spencer, pressing 485 pounds. I said, that's amazing. I said, I know I'm not messing with him anymore. So this has been a long journey for Anthony. He's been a great grandson, and I'm so proud for him. And I'm so proud of my daughter, too, because she was a single mom, 4 children, and she's the backbone of Anthony, and she does such a great job. So, Hannah, I want to thank you for being there for Anthony, doing the job you've done. Great job. So, Anthony, he got drafted by Dallas, That's when I started drinking. Man, Dallas can't even make a fake handoff without fumbling the ball. So every Sunday, I go get my crown because I know it's going to be a bad day. So Anthony did 8 years with Dallas, then he got transferred to New Orleans, spent a year there, and he went back to Dallas. Dallas called him back. He said, nope, I'm not going back. You should have kept me when you had me. So Anthony, give it up. And now Anthony's a businessman. He's a father. He has a beautiful wife, great children, and I'm so proud of him, to be his granddad. So now I'd like to present you Anthony Spencer.
Good evening, everyone. How are you guys doing? I'm gonna keep it short, for real. I just want to say thank you to the Hall of Fame Induction Committee for thinking about me and putting me into this, and congratulations to the other players being inducted. I got stories about Trey, he said he was a basketball player, I thought that I was going to be a basketball player growing up, and that's what I wanted to be. I had hoop dreams, to make it to the NBA. But I could just remember having those battles against Trey. I remember one game I fouled out in the first half. I was so mad. I took my shoes off, stormed out the gym. My mom was like, "Don't you ever act like that again." And that's when I knew I had to hang up the basketball, because I had too much emotion going on with that. People can see my face. They can see me. So I gave that up. I really had to give that up to pursue football. Going into my senior year, my grades were never good. I never really applied myself with school because it just didn't matter to me. And things that didn't matter, I didn't give too much interest to. And football and basketball and all the sports and stuff like that was part of that. I wasn't part of I didn't grow up wanting to be in the NBA or be in the NFL. I didn't watch sports. I was outside playing, like you were saying, like when you were talking about Trey. Trey was always outside playing. I was in the woods, hanging out with whatever was out there. So that was what I did growing up. So. But that game against Trey, I can remember that was probably one of my last games I played. It was my junior year because my senior year I had to take classes just so I could be eligible to have opportunity to go to Purdue and play. And then with Bernard, I can remember he said that he was a basketball player. Somebody said that, but no, this nigga was a wrestler. He was a wrestler. He ended my wrestling career early. We always had these little cliques in the locker room, and we were getting these little battles or whatnot. And one time, this guy, I don't know what happened. I was wrestling with him. Next thing I know, I was on my back, and then I just sat down. I was like, you know what? I'm not wrestling no more. I'm not doing that stuff. You know what I mean? I knew my role. You know what I mean? I always knew what I was good at and what I could do and what I could not do. So I stuck to that. Stuck to those things. So I just want to say congratulations to all you guys that are being inducted into this Hall of Fame. I mean, it's a true blessing. I mean, I never played the game. I didn't even think about Hall of Fame and all these accolades and things that came along with it. I just like the competition. I like battling and having I feel like that was when my true self came out. It's just when I was on the field playing and having a competition, I didn't really care about how people felt or their feelings or all the stuff that society has us dealing with. But just football was like my piece. Like I could really become my own person. Like I had confidence in what I was doing, how I was doing it, and the respect and admiration that I got from a lot of the families and my family and people that when I played, I was a quiet kid, so people didn't really hear a lot out of me other than when I was playing football, or competing in sports. So football has just been, it's changed my life for the better in every single way. It's given me knowing commitment and dedication and perseverance. And I can remember after our first game, my sophomore year, I was sitting in the car. Christopher Custer was there, Mike Lito, Cam Johnson. We just got smacked by Northrop. It was it was my very first experience as playing football because I hadn't played in grade school. I played during our freshman year. We beat everybody. We never lost any games. But this is my very first experience as a varsity player. And after the game, we sitting in the parking lot at Burger King, I think it was. We was after the game just talking about what had just happened. And we was just like, man, we cannot keep living like this. Just the loss that happened that night. Just the complete all the coaches was yelling at us. We knew that we knew that our year couldn't go like that. So we really started to. I feel like we made a pact with one another, and I feel like that was the biggest and best part of football for me was the camaraderie that I had with my teammates and with my coaches and with the families that I played with, the players I played with. Those people, they opened their houses up to me. They gave me food, air conditioning, just the life that I saw outside of the life that I was living in my home. Just seeing how life ran in other people's homes and how it was, it gave me perspective of where I really wanted my life to be and really where I wanted to go with my life. And I just want to say thank you to those families and the Bishop Lewis family. Without them, I would not be in the position I am today, I swear. Coach Lindsay, the Coach X, the brothers, those guys, the sayings that they would just preach to us over and over in our practices. I can still hear them just don't get bitter, get better, or here we grow again today. Just those little things that they just stuck to me with glue, and I just carried those teachings throughout my whole entire career. I want to say thank you to the Purdue family as well. Mark Hagan, Joe Tiller, the late Joe Tiller, man. They came to my house. They sat on the couch. It was a very intimidating experience as a young high school athlete, just to have those meetings with the coaches and the people that we talked to during that time. But they really laid it out for me, like where I was, because as an individual, I feel like we'll give these little lies to ourselves, like I'm doing okay here, I'm doing okay there. But they were the ones that really just kept the truth about where I was and the classes that I had to do and the opportunity that I had in front of me. Like, without those two gentlemen, I really don't believe that I would have. I took night classes. I studied for the ACT. I wouldn't have done those things to prepare myself to be able to make it to in the Purdue, to Purdue or on the next level. So a lot of kudos to those guys. And my teammates, man, Bernard, like Greg, Kyle, Cuz, Griff, Adam, Steve, like all these guys, man, like football to me during that time, like I was a basketball player. I didn't even want to play football. I played football because my friends were playing football and I ended up being good at it. So I stuck with it. But like the guys that I played with, like those were the reason during that time. Like that was the reason why I was there. My reasons changed over the years that I played, but those guys were the reasons why I played during that time. And I thank you guys for just being around, just always rooting for me and being there for me. That was I can't say really enough about that. I really appreciate you guys. To my family, man, I can remember like my grandfather's mother. Like I'd be going over to my great grandmother. I'd go to her house and she would always be in a room just praying, just always praying. And I feel like those prayers were answered with the line that God set in front of my feet. Like I didn't really do anything. I just walked the path that was set in front of me. So I always stayed committed to what I was doing and why I was doing it. But my family was always the reason behind that. Those were the people that sacrificed for me so I could be in the position that I was. And I really didn't come to see that until was it my junior year of college? And I went to General Motors, and my mom had worked there for 15 years at the time. I spent 3 weeks, 3 weeks at General Motors, and I was looking for an excuse to get up out of there, looking for one. I'm calling, like, I told my mom, like, my coach is calling. They tell me I got these classes I got to take. I got to go back to school. You know what I mean? So, and that was a week before I had to go back. So I took a whole week off. But that was like the switch for me. Like that changed the whole mentality of my work ethic. You know what I mean? Like I started to lift extra, run extra. Bernard, you was gone by then. And at that same time, like Bernard and those guys getting drafted, like they were like the light that showed me that it was a possibility. You know what I mean? Because him getting drafted in a position that he was getting drafted in, and I work next to these guys. Like I'm with them every single day. So it made me believe that it was a possibility, because going into that season, going into my senior season, I did the NFL Combine workout, like showing like where you're projected to be drafted. And I was projected to be a 6th-round pick at the time. And I didn't believe it at the time, because Bernard was in the second round. One of my good friends, Rhea, was in the 3rd round. Ninkovic, guys that I played with. Like I was like, so it put it just was a switch that just changed. It just changed everything. Like the reason why I was working, and the check that I got from General Motors when I was working there was barely enough to pay my mom back the money I had borrowed for the week to eat or lunch and dinner or for that week. So I was just like, that 9 to 5, it just changed my life. Like those 3 weeks at General Motors really changed my life and the trajectory that I was going on for real. And I just want to thank you, Mom, for just sacrificing. I mean, like that really showed me what sacrifice was. Like it wasn't nothing for me to not go hang out with my friends at bars or to go Thirsty Thursday drinking. It was very easy for me to get up at 5 a.m. at that point, because you'll get up at 5 a.m. every single day. I had to do it for 3 or 4 months during the wintertime, but it made the conditioning and everything that I was doing more tangible. Because before it just seemed like it was just too much, you know what I mean? So, but just that perspective and being in different people's homes and seeing how people lived, and just, I was always a person that just took everything in. Like, I'm not a big talker. I sit and I listen and I watch and I really just take in what's around me, and I'm just being around the people that I was around, being around my mom, the Millhouses, the Lindsays, the Causeys, I mean, all these different people that just poured into me over my career. I just want to say thank you to all of you, because I would not be here. You guys know who you are if I didn't mention you, but I spent the night at your houses. I ate y'all food. Welcome or unwelcome, you always made me feel welcome. And I want to just say thank you to everybody that just poured into me. And I just want to thank you, the Indiana Football Hall of Fame, again for giving me this opportunity. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, now what we've all come here for, and that's induction. And plaque presentations and the Hall of Fame oath. So, Russ, take it over, buddy.
All right. Where'd you put the oath? I had a piece of paper with the oath on it. That was laying right there.
I explain the charm.
Huh?
Explain the charm.
Yeah, I will. You need to find the oath there, Dean.
Got it. Oh. There's a proclamation. Is it?
Okay, little organization here, long evening, I understand, but now we're to the best part of it. If all the inductees and their presenters will please come forward. We're going to make the presentation of the plaques. We also have, for each one of the inductees, come right on up, line yourselves up there. The inductees and their presenters. If you would line up together, because we're going to take your pictures.
Okay.
Face that.
We're ready, Ross.
We're going to take your pictures. The Dorfler daughters are beautiful as always. Right in front here, spread out. Right in front, spread out. Spread out. If you would all please stand together. Mr. Hale will be taking a picture of each one of you as well.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the present.
There's a plaque. There's a plaque that commemorates the induction. And also there's a small box. Inside the small box, there is a charm that can be given to your wife or whomever you choose to give the charm to. And there's a lapel pin. Because of their tremendous dedication, excellent and consistent efforts, and noteworthy achievements and contributions during their career in football in the state of Indiana, Jason Baker, Johnny Bright, Dale Dorfler, Dean Dorfler, Vaughn Dunbar, Trey Essex, Jason Fabini, Bernard Pollard, and Anthony Spencer have met the standards established by the Indiana Football Coaches Association and the Indiana Football Hall of Fame. Upon their induction today, they can be officially recognized and always will be recognized as members of the Indiana Football Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Inductees, make sure you stay in here for a few minutes to get your pictures taken. And if I could have your attention, just a couple more comments, please. We need to say thank you. Where are you, Paul? Where's Paul Sade? Head coach of Cherubusco. Come on up here, Paul. Paul headed all this up. He was the guy running the show. He was the organizer. So please give Paul a round of applause and thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
And before we leave and back to the, where are you, Coach Bridge? Coach Bridge, stand up, please. Bob Bridge, longtime football coach in the state of Indiana, president of the Football Coaches Association, but also spent many, many, many years on the Football Hall of Fame Board of Directors. He's as important to the Hall of Fame as anyone in the state of Indiana. So please thank with me, Coach Bridge.
Congratulations once again to all the inductees. Nice job to all the presenters. Thank you all for coming. It's been a great night. Good night.
Thanks, Dean. Good job.
I'm going to get you all together. And get
Inductees, stay right here for pictures. Inductees, Bernard, over here, pictures.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260s dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.